Good morning and happy Black History Month. It's February 5th, 2026, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have two. The first is Cabin John Park preliminary plan, and the second is Cabin John Park Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of these two resolutions?
Move to approve the preliminary plan and forest conservation plan resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0 here now. Next is we have one regulatory extension request this morning. It's the Hassan Residence Preliminary Plan Extension Request number 7, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval of this extension request?
Move to approve the extension request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Next, do we have to take a break now? We're going to take a 1-minute break and switch over to our legislative update. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, our legislative update. We have 6 items to discuss this morning, and we have our General Counsel, Deborah Borton, presenting. Thank you. You're welcome, Ms. Borton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Deborah Borton. I am the General Counsel for the Commission, and we have several bills for you today, some of which are repeats from last week or the week before, because we've been, these are ongoing bills. Basically, the housing bills are the ones that are grabbing most of the attention this session. So we will start. Jordan, can you tee up the first bill and share your screen? Okay, we'll start with the Governor's Housing Bill, which is the Starter and Silver Homes Act. And we have, let's see, created some sort of general comments to sort of frame our discussions. I'll say that we have had some outreach with the Office of DHCD that was very positive, and we will continue those discussions. They seem very open to hearing our suggestions for the bill. So our main focus, I'll just go through our general comments. We would like them to consider some alternative definitions to location subject to minimum lot size. We would like them to clarify the scope of preemption to ensure that things like environmental, safety, infrastructure related standards remain intact. So, you know, we assume they're not trying to preempt things like stormwater and building code, but we would like for them to clarify that. preserve local authority to manage growth in a manner consistent with adopted master plans. We have all of us spent a lot of time on master planning in our counties, and we want to ensure that those master plans can be implemented, and that we can, work with the state to make sure that our master plans are respected. We also want to allow some reasonable design and development standards, and provide better implementation timelines. Now, I know that Jason has a presentation for you on this to update you, and I'll turn it over to him for that purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And first, I apologize for not being in person today. As you can hear my voice, I'm kind of getting over being sick, and I thought it would be best for me to stay home today. Um, so this is just a quick update from what we showed you last week. We wanted to follow up with some clarity to some of the comments that you guys had and questions that you had. So you'll recall this was what we showed you last week with the different zones that we have in the county that would be applicable under the existing language in the introduced bill. We've given a kind of a description of what the intent statement for each of these zones are, and you can see that it ranges from highly rural zones that we have in the county with 5-acre existing today, 5-acre minimum lot sizes for single family detached homes, to 1,000 square foot lot sizes in our CR zones for single family detached. What we've added to this that we didn't have last week is the total land area that we have in the county in this column here in each of these zones. And then this is, as the bill was introduced, the number of acres that this would apply to in each of those zones. So you can see how they compare. Another way to look at that, and this is what we did show you last week. Just didn't highlight it again. In particular, that minimum lot size element of this bill would not apply to a lot of these zones because they already have minimum lot sizes below 5,000. But this gives you a sense of how much acreage we have in the county in the full extent of each of these bars in each of these zones. And then the dark blue is what would be applicable under the geography that was indicated in the bill. So what we're referring to, just for ease of reference, is as scenario 1. That is the introduced bill where it's based on where water and sewer applies. And here's what that map looks like. And so we showed you this map last week. We've changed the colors here just to make it a little bit easier to distinguish between the different zones. I'm going to zoom through these because I'll come back and show them in a way that you can compare them a little bit better. So this was the scenario 2. This is where we were saying we could look at using instead the PFAs that the state and the county have already identified in Montgomery County. And here's what that looks like in a map. Scenario 3 was a combination of the two, PFAs and water and sewer service. And that's this. And this is what that map looks like. And then the fourth scenario that we were suggesting was a transit buffer that was consistent with the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act that was adopted by the state a couple of years ago, of a 3/4 mile radius around rail transit. We also added in bus rapid transit. So you can see how that compares here in the graph and then in the map. So just to make it a little bit easier to see, I'll go through each of the maps so you can see how it changes. Scenario 1, water and sewer. Scenario 2, PFA. So you can see how those change. Scenario 3, PFA and water and sewer. And then finally, scenario 4, transit buffer. And then comparing the maps, scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the transit buffer. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to show you with this in response to last week was something else, and I'll walk you through this so that it's not too overwhelming. But this now is looking again just at the zones that it would apply to that already have minimum detached house lot sizes that are larger than 5,000 square feet. Again, the total land area that we have in the county in each of these zones. And then for each of the 4 scenarios, the total number of applicable land area that would apply in each of the zones. So this essentially captures what's in the graph. What we added then is this applicable average lot size. So Commissioner Hedrick last week was saying that maybe as we drill down and get closer to those transit areas, those properties might be the ones that are more likely to be closer to the existing minimum lot size that may not then be eligible for further subdivision. And so we just wanted to get a sense of that. And there may have been better ways to look at this. We could have looked at the distribution of lot sizes in each of these areas, in each of these scenarios. But what we just captured real quickly was the average lot size. So you can see, just as an example, looking at R60, currently is a 6,000 square foot minimum lot size. We have over 20,000 acres in the county dedicated to R60. In scenario one, that's just under 17,000 acres. The average lot size in those lots is just under 11,000 square feet. Scenario two, it's more lots that apply, and the average lot size is actually 13,300. Scenario three, it fell down to 11,000. In scenario four, which was the one that was tight in on the 3/4 mile around the transit, the average lot size was just under 11,000 again. So you can kind of get a sense of, some of these really vary. Some of them are actually much larger, closer to transit, and that, or in particular are more rural ones, the residential estate zones, because the only place we have these near transit are near our MARC stations, and those tend to be really large properties. So you can see for RE2, the 987 acres that we have in RE2 that fall under scenario 4 have an average lot size of 281,000 square feet. So that's quite large. That's well, almost 6 or 7 acres. So we just wanted to real quickly summarize. This is what Ms. Borden already kind of walked through, the recommended comments that we could put in a position statements. We also have specific recommended amendments that for you to consider. The first one is in reference to the section that relates to historic properties, just removing this designation of on or before July 1st, feeling like there's really no need to limit it to ones that were determined as historic prior to that date. And then the next one is the one that really relates to the stuff I was just walking you through. Specifically, that language that relates to water and sewer right now only applies to the minimum lot size. It doesn't relate to any of the other requirements of the bill. But there is a section that has certain exemptions and says certain agricultural lands and conserved lands are exempt. This recommendation is to apply this language in that section, so it would apply to the entire bill in its entirety. It would not apply in areas that are outside that 3/4 mile buffer.
Jason, can I ask a quick question, sort
Yeah,
of specific?
sure.
I think that's what you're saying. So one of my also one of my concerns is that a lot of those large areas, particularly RE2 and the rural zones that are near the metro station and this would be applicable to, are in MARC stations that are in the agricultural zone. So this would make sure that the minimum lot size applies to, those areas near the MARC stations. Is that right?
So yes,
Okay.
it would say if it is within, although there are certain zones that are not. So like
Yeah.
where you see here, I think this is like Dickerson or so.
Yeah.
What we have around that MARC station is some AR zone.
AR zone,
that
not a
would not.
resident.
That was I think that was exempted because the bill does exempt agricultural land.
Agricultural lands, yeah.
But
But
like these others like in Boyd's and stuff, those would qualify under what we're suggesting here.
okay, great. All right, thanks, Dad. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Then this piece, this on page 9, lines 8 to 11, this relates to the setback. That is setbacks. It's very prescriptive in terms of saying that we can't allow front or rear setbacks. We can't require front or rear setbacks larger than 10 feet or side setbacks larger than 5 feet. Our recommendation is to strike that in its entirety, along with the next piece. here on page 9, lines 12 to 13. This relates to establishing design, architectural, or aesthetic elements for single-family homes. Our concern here is, for example, we have requirements that things like MPDUs must not stand out as being, MPDUs, but rather blend in and be part of the development. And so our concern would be that we couldn't hold an applicant to those particular standards if that was applied. And then on page 9 of the bill, line 29, there's a section related to how this does not supersede applicable building codes, fire codes, public health and safety regulations. And our recommendation is to also include a reference to adequate public facilities ordinances. And finally, the effective date of the bill, I believe it's set to October of this year. And we have a number of concerns with that. In particular, it will take some time for us to make any changes necessary to our zoning code. And we even have like a ZTA kind of moratorium in election years. And so we would just need more time to be able to work on this, and so to implement any changes. And so we're recommending July 1st of next year. That's all I've got.
Jason, can I ask a few questions on some of the latter recommendations? Well, first, thanks for running through this. I think I personally missed a lot of this last week, so I appreciate getting kind of caught up on this. One of the challenging and interesting things in weighing on state legislation is trying to anticipate things that may happen in other jurisdictions. I have confidence that here in Montgomery County, we're not going to try to kind of use some of the allowances to get around what the legislation is trying to do. But looking at things specifically like historic preservation exemptions, design considerations and setbacks, we know from looking at the way that these things play out in other states or other areas that sometimes localities might try to leverage exemption pathways to try to kind of inhibit the impact of the bill, or try to actually inhibit things from changing that zoning reform may actually allow. And so, for example, with historic preservation, it looks like the bill is proposing to have kind of a stop date before which those districts would be exempt, after which they would not. Removing that language could lead to situations where communities might try to achieve historic designation to get that exemption. Similarly with setbacks, removing, I think there are valid arguments to be made in a variety of directions with setbacks to accomplish different things in different contexts. But removing kind of anything related to that could lead to some jurisdictions using setbacks to, again, kind of inhibit like functionally disallow lot splitting in some cases if it's too extreme or too aggressive. So I guess what I'm kind of getting at is I'm wondering if we may be able to provide comments to the bill authors that suggest some evaluation criteria around these categories in particular to say, if they decide to allow these exemptions, make sure that it is done in a way that is not prohibitive of what the bill is trying to do. You could even look at design considerations kind of in a similar fashion. I understand the argument in favor of it when it comes to subsidized housing, affordable housing, to make sure that that is not kind of either substandard or it doesn't stand out, like you mentioned, to make sure it's of the same quality as market rate. In many places, design requirements are, again, used to inhibit, prohibit, kind of get out in front of some things that zoning would otherwise allow. So do we think it's possible to provide some comments to the state, to the bill authors, just around those considerations to make sure that, like, if there's a pathway for exemption, it is not leveraged to basically functionally disallow what the bill is trying to do. That's a difficult. I understand that's a difficult sort of evaluation to actually do in practice. And again, I don't have any fear that Montgomery County is going to use it that way. But considering this is a statewide bill, I'm wondering if that could be a recommendation of some sort that we provide.
think we could think through some language on that. I do agree with you. I think here in Montgomery County, at least specifically with regard to historic designation, the process is quite onerous, time consuming, and involved with things going to the Historic Preservation Commission, the Planning Board, and the County Council, such that there's plenty of opportunities for us to kind of like read those types of approaches to getting out of certain requirements or things, weed those out. But that may not necessarily be the case everywhere. And I do know, even in particular, you kind of combining those two concepts, the design requirements and the historic. Most of our historic districts have certain design requirements, and that's part of the designation that they need to use certain materials consistent with the historic nature of the architecture, consistent styles, and so I wouldn't want to undo those in any way with this, but I see the point you're making. We don't want these exemptions or to somehow allow a community, a county, or jurisdiction to somehow get out of the requirements. So I don't know if anyone else has some thoughts on specific language, but we can.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing that up, and maybe our General Counsel has some thoughts on that. I I think this is one of my feelings. Those are our important things to consider so that people don't get a way out of what we're intending, but I think if you can't think of some easy ways to do it now, can we just, go in with the big picture, and then we have times to, I don't think this is going to be the last time we see this. I mean, you tell me. I mean, this is going to be some ongoing conversation and some other things, and will we, as we see where it's going, can we then bring up some maybe clarifications at that time? But it's good to, and if we can put something in there now, great. But if not, from what I heard, there may be a chance to look at this again, given where we see it's going. So, Ms. Borden or others, your thoughts on this?
I would like to see
Yes.
the first page of the legislation. Could you bring that up again on the screen? So when I read this, I read it as taking away local control from counties who put in substantial research, investigation, and hearings on what their communities should look like. And when they come up with plans, I think this is taking away the county's local control. And I know here in Montgomery County, the planning board and the county council put a lot of effort into making great decisions and developing communities and planning for communities. And the way I read this legislation, it takes away the power from the counties in deciding and making decisions on the zones and the look and feel of communities. And if it's taking away local control with regards to the development, look, feel of communities to meet their community's population for the interest of the whole state instead of the local municipalities' decisions, I'm against it. I know here in Montgomery County, we have a great deal of learned, talented professionals that lend their time, efforts, resources, albeit for pay, into making sure that we develop outstanding communities, and having the state decide that their work is for naught is something I find particularly offensive.
And Jason, maybe you can help me to understand that if this bill go through as what we are recommending or we are amending, how is it going to be impacting our, current master plan that are already in place? And, what are the impacts to communities. I'm still trying to put my head around it. I understand that it's going to make all the minimum lot size to 5,000 square foot regardless of any zoning that is there. What is the impact? How are we going to, mitigate the impact to our master plans? And also, I'm wondering if that the communities, understand what are the impact to communities, because I really don't know what are the impacts. I know you gave us the chart that, how many square foot could happen, but that doesn't give me an overall feeling or understanding of the impacts to the communities and also to our existing master plans.
So, for our master plans, existing master plans, it wouldn't have an immediate impact, in any way. That for neighborhoods, it might mean that if a home is torn down, it's replaced with another single-family home. Even if that property is not subdivided, it could stay exactly the way it is, but now a home that is even larger could be built on that property because the setbacks are smaller than what we require currently. So it could have those impacts. It also, this bill removes lot coverage limits in the areas where it's applicable. So there are a number of other things that would impact it. But in terms of our actual master plans, I think maybe as we do master plans going forward, we would have a different understanding of what different zones mean. But it's not a drastic change. R60 would still be R60, but really it becomes an R50, a 5,000 square foot minimum in certain areas. And similarly, R90 becomes R50 in certain areas. So it does kind of change the meaning of some of our zones in the areas where this would apply, but it really doesn't change existing master plans and the vision set in those plans.
Okay, but it does allow, okay, let me understand that. So if you have a land that right now is, cannot be subdivided, but under this new
Mhm.
bill, it could be subdivided, correct? So if they want to
Potentially, yeah.
do two houses there, they have to go through the process of subdivision and
Yeah.
divide the land to two and then make two, or they can keep it there and because the setbacks are different to do a bigger house, or they could do an ADU. What happens to ADU? Is it going to impacting any of our AUDs? I'm sorry, call it
Sure.
AUD.
Yeah, the ADUs. Yeah, the setback recommendations in this bill apply to accessory structures as well. So if you have a detached accessory dwelling unit, it would also have these new setbacks. We do have different setbacks for accessory structures already compared to, I think, our single family homes, but yeah, it would impact those. One other thing I did want to point out that this bill, the House version of the bill, is scheduled, and our council can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's scheduled for a public hearing in Annapolis next Thursday. And so that is one thing to consider if we wanted to provide a testimony or comments in any way, then we should have direction from the board today on that so that we can do that. There's also will be a Senate committee hearing as well, which I think might be the following week.
Yeah, the only concern I have is that a lot of times our residents really don't pay attention to what is happening in Annapolis. They pay more attention to things that happening here. And, we know that, we tried to do some of these in some of our master plans and it was a lot of opposition. And this one, it has a bigger impact. And I'm not even sure that if people what is the process? I don't know that if communities know that this could impact their communities. And then when it comes, they going to bring, their, comments to us. That is already too late. We have seen it in our previous meeting, that how it happened. So, from my point of view, I think it is important, whatever that we could do to make sure that it's very transparent to all the communities, whatever that we could do, I'm all for it, that people understand and can have their say for it.
Okay, great. So I'm supportive. Can you go back to starting the comments we did make? There was a list of recommendations, Jason, that you had, Mr. Sartori, Director Sartori.
Sure, I'll go ahead and share that. So these were the recommended comments that were kind of general. And I do want to point out, to Commissioner Bartley's point about the local efforts. I mean, one of the comments we have in here is to preserve, generally, we want to preserve local authority to manage growth in a manner consistent with our adopted master plans. And so that's why, for us, this idea of focusing in on areas of transit is much more consistent with the vision we've established for the county and consistent with our policies.
Yep. Yep. So I am supportive of these recommended comments because of those things. We do need more housing. I think smaller lot sizes could potentially help. Along our growth corridors and your transportation, it's not like we're opening up Pandora's box there. I mean, that's kind of, we have, and that's where we want our growth to be. We have infrastructure there. We do put in here, as Director Sartori had said, about clarify this, that we have for us, if it goes outside this box of recommendations, we can say, that's not what we want, but we talked about clarifying the scope of preemption to ensure that environmental safety and infrastructure-related standards remain intact. We talked about managing growth in a manner consistent with adopted master plans, reasonable design standards, and then provide implementation timelines. So I'm supportive of, at this point of this, so that they can at least know what our comments are, and then we'll go from there. That would be my recommendation.
Can I just ask one more question? Jason, on the first bullet, so you're not talking about the three other recommendations that, priority areas or closer to transit. So you're not going to include that. You're just suggesting that come up with something else that is more in line with, long-standing state or county policies, sustainable growth policies. But we are not specifically making any of those three recommendations that you just shared with us.
Right. So I shared those with you for context for you, and
I get it.
we'll share them also with the council on Monday, so that as they are considering, just to understand the impact of the bill as written, and for them to consider different alternatives. This language here was intended to just say, hey, you need to consider a different geography. We did have, when we had our specific recommended amendments, we were suggesting the 3/4 mile buffer. But what I hear from Chair Harris is right now, the board, rather than recommend any specific amendments, would just focus on these comments. And then there will be future opportunities to be able to explore exactly what these mean in terms of potential amendments.
No, let me go back. Mine was because this was the start of it, and then you had amendments. I'm be definitely pushing for the 3/4 mile, but that would be my recommendation. And you had you keep in all of these other
Sure.
ones too. And if there's a way, as either now or in the future, in the next round, that Commissioner Linden had some thoughts about how do you make sure that people will use the design comment and the historic preservation comment to move to not, to block the housing, I was suggesting maybe not conclude that now, but if there's not easy to provide language now, but as in the second go-round, you know, see where the whole package is, and then potentially adding those. Okay, that would be my recommendation.
So we're going to see this again to see, but even though if we don't specifically say something on the bullet one, are we going to see eventually what they may come up with? That we can have a
Well-
say in it? Because when you leave it such a general thing, we don't know what they're going to pick.
I think either of the three options is a more consistent option than the one that's currently offered, which is just the water and sewer.
No, I'm okay
Please.
with what you have. The only question I have is that, are we going to see it again, that what they're going to do? I'm
Right.
supporting, in general, I'm in support. I'm just trying to understand the process better.
So,
Because
yeah.
when you put it very general, you don't know what they're going to pick. Are we going to know that what they're going to pick, and are we going to have another chance to say anything about it or not? That's the question.
So I think we can, so if I'm understanding correctly, there seems to be a level of comfort around these comments here, these general comments,
It is,
and
from my point
comfort
of view.
around the specific recommendations. However, to get to Vice Chair Linden's comments, we would want to at some point send some additional language, include some additional language that says we don't want the potential exemptions from, you know, being misused in some way to get around the requirements of this bill. And so I wonder if some simply in, you know, we describe the bill, we talk about our support for the need for more housing in the county, in the state. I'm wondering if we can just come up with some language and get the chair's approval that kind of reflects the comments that the vice chair made.
I'm fine with that if, yeah. If,
Yeah, I think that sounds good, and if the best we can do right now is keep it more general, like you described, but perhaps like we've been talking about with future rounds, if needed, or if the bill authors have, you know, if they're willing to engage on that, maybe we could kind of dig into a little bit more if and when the time comes. But yeah, I think including it in these general comments at this stage sounds good. I did have one just clarifying question around the geography though, because it sounded like three of the four scenarios, geographic scenarios, did seem pretty consistent as you described with our growth plans and policies. But the 3/4 mile one, it obviously relates to some things that we've done recently. It relates to some things the state has done recently. But I'm wondering if is the amendment right now that you're proposing specific to this geography that we're suggesting it, or are we providing it as one example? Because I think personally I'm a little reluctant to present this more geographically constrained example at this stage, and maybe keeping a little bit more general with other geographic considerations around whether it's, if you want to use the language like priority funding areas or just as like an illustrative example, maybe that would be okay. This one to me feels pretty constrained and you know, positions us kind of at that extreme end of it at the beginning when maybe we don't really need to move to that end. And because it feels like maybe we would be comfortable with something in the middle because it still approximates our growth strategies in general.
Mm-hmm.
so
Well,
go,
I mean, I guess I would see what the rest of the board thinks, but I mean, there's the possibility of not sending the specific amendments right now and keeping it just to these comments.
I mean, I think.
And if I could add, just in general, so our process is to start with DHCD, sharing these comments with them, sharing the general comments, engaging them in a discussion to see how much they would be amenable to making changes to their bill themselves. So, before we even get to the point of having to, testify, we want to see if they can sign on to some of these suggestions, and then we can work with them on what language would be appropriate and what they could live with. So it's intended to be a back and forth with them, to the extent they'll let us do that. And they seem to be amenable to that. We're going to take them up on that, and we're going to try to get, as much of these concerns that we're hearing from you addressed in some way, shape, or form. So yes, we will be back with you with an update as to how those discussions are going all through this process. We will probably be talking about this every week for the next several weeks.
So what does that, to not belabor this, what does that look like? Does that look like just general comments, no amendments? And if you're, can it go that way? I mean, could it truly sit down or the combination?
I would suggest going with the specific comments because it gives them something specific to react to. We cannot assume that they're going to look at these specific comments and go, "Oh, great, everything's wonderful." Okay, they're going to react to them, and then we'll have a dialogue, and we'll be able to understand what their major concerns are, and we will be able to adjust, and then we'll come back to you and say, "This is what they said."
Okay.
Okay, and that's how we envision this happening.
Yeah.
So you're saying take out the suggested amendments and just have the first part general comments.
Well,
No,
we
the
will
opposite.
provide the opposite. We will provide all of the comments, the general as well as the specific, to DHCD.
Right, okay.
And we will get their read on these, and we will have a discussion with them to see if they are in fact amenable to some of these changes. They may say the specific comment is good, but we need you to change this wording, or we need you to do this. In order to make it more acceptable to them as the sponsor, because they're the sponsor. So we want to work with the sponsor to see if we can't get as much of our concerns dealt with before we even get to the hearing.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to be doing in the next several days, once we get through today.
Okay.
And then we'll be back to you next Thursday to say, this is where we are.
Okay.
This is what they liked. This is what they cannot accept. And then, you'll have another bite at this to decide, okay, at the next hearing before the Senate, we're going to do X. We're going to really fight for this particular issue, and we're satisfied that issue has been resolved.
Okay, then I'm
Yeah.
open to taking out the one on the 3/4.
Well, no, I think y'all
Yeah.
should suggest something, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think I would provide, just as a option, just provide all of the options that Jason just gave, like the whole spectrum of options other than sewer and water, right? Like, I mean, that's,
I mean, I guess I think it would be most helpful
Mm-hmm.
for us negotiating with the HCD, for the county council. I mean, everybody sort of is interested to know what you all, at least majority, can say you would like to use. And I don't know, I mean.
It sounds like PFAs are what you want to use. So let's go with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's great.
that feels, yeah, I mean, that feels defensible in several
Yeah.
ways. It's a legally adopted term, and it has meaning that everyone, it applies statewide, right? It's a statewide term, so
Yes.
it's something that could easily sort of apply everywhere all at the same time.
So if you can go back to that slide with just PFA, can you, that would be helpful. Okay.
I think it's worthwhile to consider the PFAs and, particularly sewer water plus the PFAs, which is not all that much different, I think, from what Jason's slides have provided, because the transit is defensible, effective, but not particularly practical, because it really only affects a couple of metro stations and a lot of R60. And, despite the fact that we have average R60 lot sizes of about 10,000, if we're taking into account setback requirements and minimum lot coverages, we don't 10,000 square feet doesn't become 5,000 easily and actually accommodate any additional houses. Plus, the more down county you get, I would imagine that the average size declines quite significantly as we get into the Chevy Chase area for the 60, although I don't know that off the top of my head. But for something like this covers things like greater density around the Damascus downtown area, greater density around the Olney downtown area. It covers, Germantown and Clarksburg and greater density in there where we've got large swaths of R200, near existing areas of amenities and commercial areas and things like that. So I think there's a more, using the PFA or the PFA water and sewer, I do like PFA water and sewer, covers a lot, covers an area in which density could actually be increased, and we could actually end up with some housing production. But I think applying maybe that and additionally the transit around large-scale transit areas, PFA plus water and sewer or within 3/4 of a mile of transit would probably be the best, because then that would take into account also Mark as well. I don't know Montgomery County better than I know the rest of the state, but I'm not sure where the PFAs exist in the rest of the state and if they're distributed similarly to what we have here, where they tend to cluster around existing relatively dense-ish neighborhood residential commercial areas, pseudo downtowns, that kind of thing.
Okay, so
Yeah, it varies county by county.
So two was just PFAs, and 3 is PFAs, water and sewer, which is a little more restrictive, correct?
Somewhat more restrictive, yeah.
Okay, yeah, if I can support scenario 3 as a start, and let's see where we go from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible to, Jason, not to, though, is it possible to
I know
throw,
where you're going.
to recommend a PFA plus water and
And
sewer or within 3/4 of a
Plus-
mile of transit? Because that would actually address some of the issues of Mark along 29 and out as you go toward the edge of the county up north. So I think it would be reasonable for water, sewer, PFA, and/or within 3/4 of a mile of transit.
So you could see when I go to the next slide where it would add
Yeah.
a little bit
Right,
here
right outside Germantown.
and there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I-
And up here.
So what I'm asking is, why didn't you make a 5th scenario, which you didn't predict that we'd ask for and would inquire, would have more color on the page? So,
We'll get better at this.
at anticipating things we don't ask for. Yeah.
Yes.
I think this,
And I will
yeah.
say, yep.
I
I
just
was
was
gonna
saying, I
say,
think
at
this
least
is good, yeah. Go ahead, Jason, I'm
Yeah,
gonna stop talking.
even, yeah. Well, just at least with the PFA and water and sewer, I think that this would be something that the state would probably be a little bit more amenable to, because in some cases, in certain counties, going to PFAs is going to add a lot of areas that the water and sewer category didn't
Doesn't
add.
cover.
Whereas for us, it was, it might have a different impact in other places. So I'm saying both PFA and water and sewer, I think is helpful.
I think that's a reasonable thing to recommend as a start, to sort of refine what they've proposed. And then the only other comments I had on any of real substance on what we're recommending to the state or to DHCD was that I think, if we're focused on the setback piece, the 10 feet front and back and 5 to the side, I think we're missing part of the, desire to, when we talked about this when we did attainable housing, something like a cottage court system or something like that, which wouldn't be buildable under, it might be buildable under a very small minimum lot size, but wouldn't be buildable under a minimum lot size plus a large scale setback. I think it might be worth thinking about technical comments regarding lot coverage ratios and things like that, rather than specifics on setbacks, to address sort of the stormwater management and runoff things, rather than the setbacks are really a crude way or proxy of getting at that. And I think we might be more flexible on adding some gentle density within those lot sizes if we focus on lot coverage rather than setbacks. But that's just, let me know if that's accurate.
Yeah. So I think, the recommendations we have here leave the language as is in the bill with
okay.
regard to the lot coverage
Okay.
piece. But as it pertains to setbacks, nothing here precludes the county from deciding, hey, we want to go forward with cottage courts, or we want to allow, small or require or allow smaller setbacks. We could still do this. It's just, we would rather have the flexibility of doing it where we think it's appropriate and where it makes sense in our code rather than in state code.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So I think one day we will push for cottage courts, but I think at the local level. And so I'm happy. I think we're good here for you guys to have discussions with the HCD. So can we just wrap up what we all said? We would look at those general comments plus the priority funding areas with water and sewer, right? And the other strikes and adds, other than, this priority funding area with plus water and sewer, take out where we had just around 3/4 miles of a metro. And I think we're good. Okay? So,
And I think you're going to add a comment about trying to assure that people don't undermine the impact,
Right.
the intended impact of
Right.
the law. Just put that in our general comments.
okay, great. So do I have a motion?
Okay, so
Do I have
if,
a motion to
yeah,
move that
could
forward?
I have a motion, please? Yes.
Do I have a motion to move forward with, we just said, including PFAs with water and sewer, and a general comment about not usurping the law around historic preservation and design. Okay.
I'll move to transmit comments on the Stillfront Starter Homes Act that we discussed, comments from the staff that was discussed here today, including the PFAs, water and sewer, and historic designation piece, and somebody put that into language that doesn't sound ridiculous.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Mr. Bartley? Abstain. 4-0-1. Thank you. So let's go to something a little bit easier. You can-
Okay, Gordon, can you pull up the next one,
Yes, please.
please? Okay. Okay, so we have, the next one is the TOD bill. So it is, sorry, I'm trying to orient myself here. Aha. Okay, SB 389. And this bill provides automatic designation of certain transit-oriented developments as enterprise zones. It expands the state's role in transit-oriented development. It shifts some local land use authority to the state. It delays certain development fees. So impact fees would be delayed until the project is finished, which would be a change for some jurisdictions. Sometimes impact fees are due before the project, the entire project is actually finished. So let me see. I will go through some of our comments. We had a number of comments about the way that rail transit station is defined. They are using a measure of hourly service on average from 8 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. That would not include several of our most MARC stations in both counties. There are also BRT that would not be included in that. So bus rapid transit. There's at least one bus rapid transit project that's currently in the study phase, and that would impact Prince George's County. There's an existing BRT or existing or planned BRT also for Montgomery. So we are a little concerned as to why that is not included. We have a comment that perhaps the better phrase or the better term is high capacity transit that partially or completely operates in a fixed guideway. So we want to engage on that in terms of the definitions and the and the applicability of this. Also, we're interested in encompassing areas around the University of Maryland and College Park that are close to but may not actually abut MARC, Metro Rail, or Purple Line stations. Also, the mixed use definition that they appear to be using would not include commercial mixed with other uses like retail, recreational, or dining uses. That's very common, and we're not sure why they wouldn't include that, other than the fact that they're very focused on residential, increasing opportunities for residential around our TOD areas, which, we of course agree with. We're just not sure why we would exclude other mixed use approaches. So I'll stop there and see if Jason has any comments that he wants to add on this. Again, these are works in progress. We still are refining some of these comments. So I think Jason has some additions that he wants to talk to you about.
Well, no, I think that I don't know. It's possible Eli Glazier might want to add some things here too, but I
Okay.
think our comments in general are similar to what we've expressed previously with a local bill that was similar, related to how exactly you measure or what exactly the definition of a transit station, and then how you measure kind of the buffer distance from that. But beyond that, I don't think we had anything substantial to contribute.
I'm going to ask a question. So, it's always a little controversial when we talk about impact fees and when they're paid. And I know that the council this year, was it a building permit fees where you could pay half at, pulling your building permit and half when I forgot the exact.
Yeah, at UNO, they've now pushed it to
Yeah.
UNO.
At UNO, and
Yeah.
that was received well, I guess the builders were happy they didn't have to pay all this money up front, and they can wait till they were pulling use and occupancy permits when they're
Yeah.
further down the line, who could start getting more revenue. But I think this thing about, part of me is just thinking, that's great for the builders, which is great, hopefully maybe get projects financed, and so I'm just wondering how, in the past, I think this is something that it's good for pushing more. I guess the idea was to push more housing, get it done faster, not have to put all these fees out there front, but you're still getting the same fee, but you're getting it at the back end. Is that what, Ms. Borton?
That's correct. And certain jurisdictions have already done this.
Right.
As part of their look to increase or make it easier to do residential development. And some haven't. So, the state is trying to basically make this requirement across the state that if you do have impact fees, if you do have development related fees, that they need to be, there needs to be the flexibility to allow the builders or the developers to pay them at the end of the project, when the project is about to open, when they're selling houses, and ostensibly when they're making some money. So, this seems to be the push. In various places, it's already been done. In other places, this is rather controversial because you still have the residents who are concerned about the infrastructure that these impact fees are supposed to produce or help to pay for. That when you get the money, after the houses are built or the residential is built, that is too late in the process to affect, the cost of building more roads or building more schools or whatever the issue is. So it's a balancing act, and the state is saying to us, the local governments, we think it's more important to encourage more residential in this way, you'll get your money, you'll just get it at the back end.
Right, so this is infrastructure that the municipality would have to put in for a certain project?
Well, impact fees are supposed to be, offsetting the cost of public infrastructure that is needed because of the development. There's supposed to be a nexus between the reason you're asking for money, the impact of what you're building on the public infrastructure. And so the concept is that we're asking for this money because we want to build more, fill in the blanks, schools, roads, whatever. The idea has always been that those two things are inextricably connected. The building of the houses or the residential and the need for additional or enhanced public infrastructure that goes along with that.
Can I ask you a question on that? So for us, in terms of the way that we levy our fees and impact taxes, which are, I think different. For us, so the impact, I think it was the impact taxes that got, for Montgomery County, that got pushed to closer to the end of the process. So would this bill does this impact for example, our LATR proportionality payments and our school-related UPPs that come out of projects? Because don't those more closely reflect what impact fees are from a definitional standpoint, because those are adequate public facilities related payments. Is that a correct interpretation?
With regard to when the utilization premium payments are paid, I think our code indicates that these are paid at the time that the impact tax is paid. So, but that has already been changed in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
In terms of the proportionality guide and any LATR related improvements that an applicant has to make, they have to make those as part of their development project.
Yeah.
So they're doing those earlier in the process than when they would be paying impact fees or taxes.
And I would comment on very much along those lines. I know that we pitch that the impact fees and taxes are inextricably tied to the infrastructure necessary for the development itself, but we know for a fact from our own data that we've presented multiple times that most of our students are coming from turnover and not new development. So while we do pitch that our impact taxes are meant to address infrastructure needs, we know empirically that most of our students are coming from turnover, and we're not capturing any value from the turnover that's going to impact fees. We're instead putting a lot of that on new developments and that are not producing the strain on existing infrastructure, at least on the education side, and I would argue as well, on things like transit-oriented development. We're putting the impact fees on the things that are causing the least amount of impact, not the turnover that is happening is producing the most students, and I would argue a lot more trips and things like that. So I would argue that while we're attempting to link those two things, practically speaking, we're paying for a lot of that off of developments that are not producing nearly as large an impact widely on our existing infrastructure, at least portions of it. Okay. And we have things there for, water and sewer and stuff, so just as a thought.
Okay, so I just want our Attorney Vias, what was approved in the county was not building permit fees, it was impact fees. Right. Okay, great. Okay, great. All right, so it seems as if our system is already set up this way, so I'm personally fine with it, to have a pay at the end or pay. So I think ours is half and half. I forget how we did it, but it's something like this. Great.
Yeah, I support that too. I guess I'm still just a little, maybe this is sort of too in the weeds and it doesn't matter for this conversation, but the way that they define impact fees in this bill, does that include the way that we levy impact taxes? Because our impact taxes are not there is no direct nexus between impact taxes in this county and the project, because it goes into a general pot that the county uses countywide for transportation and for schools. So I'm just kind of curious, I'm just curious if we're actually impacted by this at
Well,
all.
it covers excise taxes and impact fees, so it covers both.
Oh, okay.
So it covers
Got
both
it.
of those things.
Got it. Thanks.
Sue, I think you've got consensus that we are fine with your proposal.
More or less fine.
You're more or less fine with your proposal.
Yeah, I
used to
think
work
the
on
bill
enterprise
is actually
zones.
going to impact Prince George's more than Montgomery.
Okay, great.
And so we had some definitional comments, and that's about it.
Okay, great, thank you. The next one, please.
Can we get a motion on this one?
Yeah, do I have a
about
motion
that.
for approval of moving forward Bill 389 with the comments presented?
Yeah, I'll move forward with this bill with the comments provided.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Senate Bill 325. And again, with this one, we've got just a synopsis of the bill. So this bill would require approval of a housing development project application to be governed only by certain laws in effect at the time of the submission. This bill also grants the applicant certain rights related to use and development for a certain time period. It also prohibits the collection of certain, oh, I'm sorry. Are we? Yeah, of certain, it seems like I did that already, of certain impact fees before the housing project is done. Am I on the right one? Yeah, this is the permitting one. Yeah. They're covering some of the similar things, and I'm getting confused. So so the beginning of this bill, it starts with establishing a certain time period for initial application determination. So when an application comes in to the planning department, we look at it, we determine whether the application is complete, because the application requires a lot of different documentation. And that's in our process. It's based on what we have to review under the zoning ordinance or the subdivision regulations. So this bill had proposed a 15-day window for initial application determination to get back to the applicant to tell them, what's missing, what's incomplete, et cetera. And so we are proposing 20 days just because as a statewide minimum, and since these are calendar days and not business days, we think 20 days is a much more reasonable minimum standard. And also, the bill is proposing that if the initial application determination period is not met, beyond a certain amount of time, it would just be deemed complete. So we are proposing that deemed completion date be extended to 30 days. I think it's in the current bill, it's 15 and 25. Emily, I think it's 15 and 25. We're proposing 20 days and 30 days. We also have a concern about this deemed complete issue. So if the application is deemed complete, that means it just goes forward and we start reviewing the application. But that doesn't mean that we can review things that are not there. So we still need a completed application. We still need certain required documentation to be submitted to us so that we can review it under the zoning ordinance or the subdivision regulations. So we would like them to clarify that even if it's deemed complete and even if we start reviewing it, the applicant is still required to submit the required documentation so that we can do our review, and so that it doesn't get hung up, because otherwise the application just gets delayed. If there are things that are missing that we absolutely need, then deeming it complete doesn't really solve the problem. So the other general comment we have is that we think they need to provide a little bit of flexibility so that the local timelines, deadlines, and review windows that are currently in place that are just as stringent or meet the minimum requirements that the state is looking for, that they're allowed to continue and remain intact. Prince George's in particular was concerned about this because they have a rather elaborate initial application timeline that they use already, and they really don't think that they want to go messing with that because it's already more stringent than what the state is proposing. We are also suggesting that they eliminate the use of the term vesting in the bill to avoid constitutional and other legal issues. We've provided a set of recommendations to them to show them equivalent outcomes to that language. The term vesting is has a very long and storied history in legal jurisprudence, and it can trigger things like takings analysis and other constitutional issues that we know they're not trying to trigger. So we are suggesting that they steer around the concept of vesting, but still arrive basically at the same outcome. We're also recommending that they extend the effective date of the bill to July 1, again, because this is an election year. There's going to be a moratorium on zoning text amendments, and to the extent that any jurisdiction needs to do some text amendments in order to fully implement this, they're going to need some additional time to get statewide implementation. So I'll stop there and see if Jason has additional comments to add, and also I think. Well, I don't know if Lisa is there or if she has any comments as well, but Lisa Gavoni might have some comments. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Borden. So the couple of things that I just wanted to highlight in Montgomery County for us, when we receive a development application, we actually have 10 days to accept it or send it back to the applicant. So the 15 days, 10 days, 20 days, all that, it's kind of irrelevant to us in Montgomery County because we actually have to accept it as fully complete or send it back within 10 days. So the thing, though, is I did want to talk a little bit about this complete versus substantially complete. I'm concerned that this is establishing in some way multiple statuses that we need to notify an applicant of when they've hit a particular status for different particular reasons. So if an application comes in and is not complete because it's missing certain things that are required by our code to be included, or certain elements on certain things that they have to submit, but it's recognized it meets the conditions of being substantially complete, we need to let them know that we are in receipt of a substantially complete application that thus now qualifies you for, I guess I'll use the term, but we don't want to use the term vesting. However, it is not yet complete in terms of us beginning our review period. And so I'm just concerned that it will cause confusion for the applicant. It'll cause confusion for our staff. It'll cause confusion for the public about whether or not an application is in, is it complete, is it not? And so I'd rather see us actually consolidate around a recommendation that says it should just be accepted as complete. And I understand the concern here is that certain jurisdictions may dilly-dally on accepting an application as fully complete, finding something that needs to be still, you need to do this, you need to add this, you need to do this. But the point, we're trying to get development. So we're trying to get to the point where these applications are complete so that we can start the review process. But just having the multiple statuses is going to be hard.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is this idea of staged projects. I think there needs to be a clearer understanding of terminology and just how this would apply in a place like Montgomery County, where, as an example, we can have an application that comes in as a sketch plan for what would ultimately be, let's say, 1,000 units in the form of 4 or 5 different multifamily structures. And then they come in like 2 years later with the preliminary plan, okay, for the 1,000 units. And then they come in, 3 years after that with the first site plan for the first building for 200 units. A few years after that, another site plan for, at what point is it the final approval of an application that then qualifies for the 5-year um, continued, like locking in of all the rules and regulations. It talks about for stage projects, it's the date of complete or substantially complete relates to the date of the first application for any of the processes. So I guess that would be the sketch plan. So my concern here is that we could be locking in laws and regulations for a site plan that might not occur for another 15 years. We're locking them in today because today's the day that we got the substantially complete sketch plan. So I think there just needs to be some clarity around this, or we need to express some concerns that this needs to fit a little bit better with the way plans work in Montgomery County.
Let me ask you this. So the timing doesn't even apply to Montgomery County, correct? Because we're doing it in 10 days anyway. And if it's not complete, we send it back. So it doesn't apply to us at all. So we don't have to make any comment on that. We say it doesn't apply to us. Can we do that?
The issue is that
That particular
ours
piece, yeah.
is
Yeah, go ahead.
10 days, but it doesn't, there's no penalty if that doesn't happen. So this law would now say, so at first it had the, first is the original acceptance, and then it ultimately says if it isn't accepted, if you go past that time to the 20 days, then it's automatically deemed accepted. So that's the part we're more concerned with than the first 10 or 15
Okay.
days,
Yeah.
is we do not say if it doesn't happen that it's
But
automatically
do we even
accepted.
have that case? Is that has happened to us, that we have missed something? I guess it
I
happens
mean, anything
if we
can
miss.
happen if, some things get missed, and that's what we're worried about. No, we generally do not. I mean,
Yeah.
we turn them around as quickly as
Within-
we can and get them turned out in 10 days, but it isn't automatically accepted if we haven't done it. And Robert
I-
can,
I will clarify real quickly with the way the bill is written. Right now, it's after 15 days. It's not automatically accepted. It's automatically recognized as being substantially complete, meaning qualifying for this vesting. It does not mean that the application is accepted for our review
Okay,
within
okay.
15
So
days.
there is no
It is
penalty.
just that
Yeah, we have Robert here.
yeah.
No, Robert Cronenberg, for the record, that's a good distinction, and I agree with what Jason is stating here in terms of how we accept the applications. Once they're accepted, then they are distributed with a timeline to get to the board at a certain date. So it has a major impact on us as to whether something is complete to be accepted and to be able to move forward. We have had cases very recently that there was information that was not substantially complete, and it was sent out to, it was sent out for review, and we had other agencies saying, no, that's not exactly what we were looking for. And so the acceptance part of it is very critical in terms of how we can establish the timeline so that it gets on a track, because it is referenced by code for us to take applications within a certain timeline. That's why you have extensions, that's why you have things that get scheduled for the board.
Just a quick clarification. So without using the word vesting, is it that if you accept an application, does that mean that then that party is locked into the laws at that time? So even if the project wasn't, the board did not approve an application for a year later, 30 days later, whatever, when it did approve it, even if it were 6 months later, the laws that you have to, that they would have to apply are the laws that were in place when you accepted that application? Is that, or no?
that's what this law is trying to establish. That is not the current law. Current law of vesting, you're not vested until you have construction underway. So if the zoning changes the day after we accept an application, the law changes. Now, in most cases, and when we adopt new zoning, we legacy protect applications that are already pending. So in most cases, if we're going to change the requirements in the CR zone, council and board recognize that there's probably pending projects that we don't want to upend. And we usually say, that those projects could continue if they're already filed or accepted. But technically, right, you're not technically vested, which is the legal term that we're trying to avoid here.
Okay.
May I ask a similar question, but sort of coming from the other direction? When we have projects, like we've gone for, we've had some that their original site plans were 1997, right? And they're coming back to us. Under this, this wouldn't adversely affect them of being, able to upgrade their zoning or change their plan based on the fact that their overall application would have been accepted in 1997 and we're sitting in 2026 or something like that. Like, I'm just trying to confirm and make sure that a new site plan or a new site plan amendment would start their clock again and would move, I guess, the laws under which they're operating up. Would that be right?
So to Ms. Vice's point, I think, there is a legacy provision for a lot of the site plans so that they can take advantage of either the previous code or previous zone that was in place at the time with, certain provisions. Most amendments are coming in to take advantage of new things.
Of new things,
whether
that's
it's
it.
a new zone that's put in place from when they got approved, or new text or development standards that actually provide more flexibility for them.
Okay, and that's the thing I want to make sure that also make sure we comment on is that if you do come in and a CR zone is put into place and you want to add commercial or something like that to an existing site plan, that this isn't inadvertently prohibiting that piece of it, is it?
No, it's not.
No, and in fact, it does recognize that if you want to increase the density of the housing development beyond the maximum allowable under the prior thing, that's expressly
That is
allowed.
especially allowed within okay, thanks, appreciate it.
And I would also note, it does say that it only stays for 5 years. So that if this were in effect when that 1997 site plan was approved as is considered the final approval, after 5 years, this would no longer apply.
And it would sort of go up to the current
If
existing.
they came in for an amendment after the 5 years, then it would be considered an amendment under the rules and laws that exist at that time.
Not as a previous.
Or
okay.
however we would handle it.
Yeah.
The state wouldn't be preempting us.
right.
So
Okay.
to the extent that we
Yeah.
would allow it to
Right.
continue under the old one, we could.
Mhm.
Or if they wanted to trigger the new one, they could.
They could also do that, and
The
we
state
would,
wouldn't preempt.
and we would still be able to have our grandfathering provisions to bring folks up to speed if as necessary as wanted. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
let's, any other comments we want to, on this?
Just one real quick, and I apologize if I missed this piece of it when it was being presented or if it's in the bill itself, but going back to the substantially complete language, does the bill define, so the bill's trying to establish kind of a uniform approach to that statewide, I suppose, but do they define the characteristics of that?
Yeah, it's on page 6, if you could, Jordan. It says, substantially complete application means a housing development project application that satisfies a substantial majority of the application requirements, but may contain non-substantive errors, omissions, or similar inconsequential deficiencies. And a question I have around this is, like, we could recommend, forget about substantially, let's not try to put this subjective determination of what is it or is it not, and just go with complete. It would certainly make it easier for us. It would make it simpler and easier to understand for others. But what it then could potentially do now, where I was drawing distinctions before between what applies to a substantially complete versus what applies to our acceptance of a complete application, if we combine them into one, then their rules that are in here that says right now within 15 days after receipt could now then apply to our acceptance. So we need to think about the implications of that.
Yeah, that makes
Meaning
sense.
that we would be forced to accept an incomplete application if we didn't act on it in time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. At a minimum, this language feels very problematic, and even using like the majority of blah blah blah. I mean, that alone is worth kind of strongly pushing to change. But yeah, I think all the points you're making make sense, and kind of the clarifications or the changes that you're suggesting make sense. So, yeah, I support the comments so far.
If I may, if something, were to proceed under substantially complete, the first thing that would happen is you'd get a comment from the agency saying, you didn't
It's-
provide X,
right.
Y, and Z, and it kind of kicks in a whole new time frame for
Yeah,
them to
yeah.
respond and us to review it.
And it
again.
gives them vesting, which they really want and need, so that they get something, but we don't really get
That's
much of
correct.
anything, and the agencies don't have anything to review. And so in some ways, it could actually lengthen, delay, or complicate the
Absolutely.
process. So yeah, that feels problematic.
Commissioner Bartley.
Well, for the sake of speed, I just wanted to clarify, isn't this about money and how much and when they have to pay money in order to get housing completed, like during the application process, or is this just about the speed of the application process?
I think it's the speed.
Just the speed?
I'll have,
Yeah, I don't even think it's about the speed. This is just, just the determination of when the laws are set that are going to be,
Yeah, right.
that the application is reviewed against.
Okay, thanks.
so we want to move forward with your comments and say yes, but I don't know, Director Sartori, if we know specifically, you guys will put some comments together about how you want to change the wording around substantial and stuff like that. I didn't know if you propose something or you guys will put something together. We're supportive of you putting something together, but I don't know if we saw this any specific language.
Yeah, I don't think you did. We do have some proposed language. I think you saw some of the things that have our legal team has pulled together from folks, but it doesn't have all of the edits that we are recommending. So we can get that to you and we can come back to you.
Yeah,
I don't know what the
Or you
timing
can
is
just
on this
authorize
particular
No, I
staff to
authorize,
do
no, we
that to move
authorize, I'm
forward.
just was getting clarification. We authorize you to put the language together, you and Ms. Borden, and submit it on, but we are in agreement with the direction you want to go in, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion to move forward with staff's comments on Senate Bill, is it 325?
Yeah, I'll move to move forward with staff's comments on Senate Bill 325 and authorize them to provide comments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. We have a couple left.
Yeah, but they're short, I
Okay,
promise.
I know,
Um,
we're on a
okay.
roll.
So the next one is House Bill 381, SHA, no turn on red. So this bill, if I can get my cheat sheet up here, would require SHA to install traffic control devices prohibiting a vehicle from making a right turn while facing a steady red signal at certain intersections on state highways in urban cores and urban centers by July 1, 2029. This bill also authorizes SHA to choose not to install those traffic control devices at specific intersections if they determine that the installation would significantly impair public safety. So we have prepared recommendation to support the bill based on our transportation planners determination that these types of no turn on red in urban centers do tend to improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists. We have one recommendation that would require or that suggests that they require SHA to report when they determine that they're not going to install new turn on reds, so that for tracking purposes and to document the rationale for not providing the signage. So I'll stop there and see if the planners have anything to add to that.
I have nothing to add. I'm in support of that, but I want to hear the comments from my other board members.
Fine with me.
Yeah, this one looks great. My only concern with this one is sort of, it gets at exactly what it sounds like we commented on, which is the reasons they may give for not moving forward with a no right turn on red. I have a hard time understanding what the situation would be where they would assess it to be an unsafe sign or movement to disallow. Interested, I see Eli Glazier's up here, interested to hear his thoughts on this. But I think, understanding more details about what that is, criteria around how they would evaluate that. And, I'm not, which isn't to say that SHA or the state would sort of try to misuse this to avoid having to put this in. We do know that they often prioritize traffic throughput, movements. I mean, that is sort of their main charge on state highways to a large extent. We're trying to kind of pull back from that and reprioritize safety. But I would hate for us to kind of run into situations where they put forward a reason, a safety-related reason to not do this. There's no ability for localities to challenge that. Even if there's transparency around what they evaluated and why, our own planning staff or our own DOT may disagree with their judgment around the safety concerns, but we don't really, have an ability to weigh in. Or maybe we should. Maybe there should be a collaboration approach that we could consider. But yeah, I'm interested to hear just thoughts on kind of like, under what circumstances could there be a safety concern associated with no right turn on red? And how can we sort of get out in front of, again, situations where they evaluate one thing, we disagree, and our community is still kind of left unsafe at these intersections?
Eli Glazier, Transportation Planner, Montgomery Planning, for the record. So these are very good questions. I think the reason we recommended adding this amendment to the bill is to get some insight into the rationale, the potential rationale for why they would not move forward with no turn on red. Some of the rationales that we have heard, because I think you'll recall the 2023 Safe Streets for All Act, which was a county legislation to enact no turn on red at county-controlled intersections in these same areas, also included similar language to allow MCDOT not to do this and to make clear the reasons that they weren't doing it. The reasons that we heard from MCDOT that they would consider not advancing no turn on red, that I imagine are very similar for the state, would be if prohibiting turning on red would lead to a queuing issue that would be so substantial that it would back up into intersections before it. So would sort of lead to gridlock that could lead to unsafe driving situations. Also the potential for sort of drivers looking to avoid the intersections where no turn on red exists and driving in an unsafe manner through neighborhoods that are not sort of designed for that traffic. That's what I've heard. I think by shining a light on some of the rationale, this legislation would hope to maybe if we do find there are like fundamental issues with the rationale that the state has for approving or disapproving this, there could potentially be follow-on legislation to address that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I think getting transparency around that at the state level makes sense. The inconsistency of where this applies, I mean, that certainly can and does lead to some confusion or I guess frustration for some drivers as they move around different parts of the county or different parts of the state. But I will just note on the kind of the other thing that you raised that's come out of maybe local potential issues or things that MCDOT has raised. Signalization policy and signal timing, I think, goes a long way to addressing concerns around queuing. And I think that's an underutilized tool that the county, particularly in urban areas, has not really taken advantage of to deal with those kinds of issues. So I would hope that they would not use that to kind of further excuse themselves from putting these turning restrictions, because they have many tools at their disposal to deal with kind of traffic operations around that. But as a starting point, totally, this makes sense to kind of daylight the reasons that they're giving and allow us to kind of engage with them on that level. So yeah, thanks for that suggestion. Makes sense.
Okay, so hearing no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve moving forward with SB 389 with staff's comments?
Yeah, I'll move to move forward.
381, sorry.
381?
381.
I'm sorry, 381 with staff's comments.
I'll move forward with providing staff's comments on House Bill 381 to the appropriate folks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. And our last one, SB 342?
Yes. Okay, and this was the comprehensive and general plan sort of update to the elements that are the state requires minimally to be in your comprehensive plan and master plans. So we were able to get a meeting with the State Department of Planning. They were very gracious and met with us, gave us an entire presentation on how they envision this reworking, reimagining of the elements for our master plans. The two planning directors were on that call. They had a good discussion, and I think that what we have done is we've satisfied our concerns and our initial comments down to one comment. And the one comment that we want to go forward with is the language about churches. So in House Bill 243, they have suggested that we do planning for where churches should be located, and that we suggest places that churches are more appropriate versus others. And we are concerned that the federal legislation, RLUIPA, really frowns upon that kind of thing. RLUIPA affords churches and places of worship in general a certain amount of protection specifically from land use controls. And so as a result, most zoning ordinances allow places of worship to go in almost every zone because they are protected. Religious freedom is obviously, it's a constitutional issue. And so we still want to put forward that particular recommendation, but that's really it. We were very comfortable after our discussion with the Department of Planning. And I think Jason can tell you a bit more about that discussion and what they were thinking when they proposed HB 243.
Yeah, so this was actually, it was really interesting. This is a kind of the next step in the implementation of the state's new planning principles, the 8 new planning principles, which we've been trying to incorporate into our master plans. We made direct reference to these, had a number of pages related to how the Clarksburg plan specifically addressed those 8 planning principles. And so this is kind of the next step, and they wanted to try to cross-reference, if you will, the 8 new planning principles with the existing elements that are required in a comprehensive plan. And so partly what they're doing here, they're better connecting those, and they're also reorganizing things so that they fit within that kind of planning principle structure. So a lot of this is language that already exists in state code, including that places of worship piece is part of existing state code. But the thing that we kind of asked about specifically with that, it's in a section that talks about community facilities that are public or semi-public. And we just didn't think that that made sense for places of worship. Everything else in there, in some ways, could be a public facility that is a community facility that we plan for in our plans. And so they seemed quite amenable. They've heard from others, including Mako, a recommendation to remove that line, even though they've tried not to make modifications to the elements as they exist today. They seemed willing to accept that amendment.
Great, thank you. So do I have a motion to approve staff's comments on House Bill 243, Comprehensive General Plans?
Could I ask one just
Oh,
quick
go ahead.
clarifying question? Sorry to delay everything at this stage, but I think we had talked a few weeks ago about the resilience element and potentially making a suggestion to reframe that a little bit with some maybe sub-elements associated with that. Is that part of our comments moving forward as well? Specifically to just elevate climate resilience, climate mitigation into that element, to sort of frame it around that and kind of associated sub-elements and work required.
We did not have any specific comments related to that. I'm trying to find that element.
Which one is it?
It's the resilience element. I did know that we were happy to see that added as an element. Um,
And I would, I mean, Jason, correct me, but I thought the Secretary Flora was suggesting that she was trying not to make too many substantive changes in this round, and that next year, I think things like that would be on the table, as opposed to trying to add or change too much right now. She was just trying to get it sort of all consistent, and then next year that, I'm thinking that might be, I don't know, Jason, if that's accurate, but.
yeah, she said that there was going to be another round of edits that would kind of drastically kind of clean this up. And that's when they were going to dig a little bit deeper into the requirements of each of these elements, that this was really more of a reorganization. And I'm looking at this, and there, I don't see anything specifically related to climate being referenced in here. It talks about susceptible areas and resources, reduce risks, adapt to changing conditions. Um, a lot of disaster-related recovery stuff too.
Yeah, if that's the approach that they intend to take, where this is kind of establishing the new framework, and then next legislative session, they'll fill in the blanks. I think that I'm comfortable with that, but maybe if there's support with staff and the board, I mean, maybe one approach we could take is just kind of get it on their radar now, that we hope this can be an element to include that level of work explicitly related to mitigation, resilience, adaptation, climate-related, that is, just to make sure that as that moves forward, it's not either shoehorned at the last minute as an afterthought, but it really should be kind of part and parcel of what this element is, even if they're not labeling the element itself that today. So nothing to change now, but maybe a comment, suggestion we can move to them as they move on to next year and plan for the next iteration.
Yes, so Vice Chair, I'm supportive of that. I was also in that call, and they said this was a 3-year process to get it tied up, and this is the second of the third, so it's coming back next year. But I'm supportive of your comment to put in, as we transmit our comments, to think as they do the next phase, to put the category around climate, okay? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve our comments on, moving forward with our comments on House Bill 243, Comprehensive General Plans?
Yeah, I'll move to move forward and transmit our comments on House Bill 243.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Are we doing the, just out of curiosity, this beverage bag recycling? Oh, that's not here today, okay.
No, it's not ready yet. We still need to hear from Parks.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
we're going to go to our next item in 2 minutes. We need to change over on Teams, and I'm sorry we're running late this morning, but it is so important to get through these legislative updates. They're so important, especially around the housing and all the other factors. So I want to thank the staff, the planning staff, the legal staff for all your work in talking to the various parties and bringing and thinking through this and preparing documents. So I really appreciate that. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with our item number 5, Montgomery Park's athletic field use permit policy update. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 5, Montgomery Park's athletic field use permit policy update, where staff is recommending that the board approve the Montgomery Park's athletic field use permit policy. We have Carl Weber leading us on this item today. Let me start with, I'm sorry, Director
All right,
Figueredo.
that's all
Why
right.
don't you start?
Yeah, I'm going to tee it off, and then I'm going to hand it to the deputy director to say a few words, and then, of course, we're going to turn to staff. But I just kind of want to set the stage a little bit for the board here. You know, we are, as you know, a very large and complex department, over 400 parks across 37,000 acres, thousands of different amenities across multiple amenity categories. And to do our job well, we have to operate pursuant to a number of policies that make sure that our work is consistent and fair and efficient. One of the more important policies is our athletic field user policy. And we have hundreds of athletic fields, and it's a lot of athletic fields, but it is a limited supply with very high demand. So in order to fairly allocate this very important resource, we need to be guided by a policy that tells us how to do that. And from time to time, this policy, like many of our other policies, we need to look at it and update it to make sure that it continues to do its job well. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Darren so he can give you a little bit more of a background on how we manage this process and what our overall goals are before we give it to staff to run through the presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Darren Flouchet, Deputy Director for Administration for Parks. I'm very excited to be here and to hand over very quickly. I'll be brief, but hand over very quickly to the staff to make this presentation. It's the result of an enormous amount of work and deliberative process by the team. So I want to acknowledge that. This is also the first update to this plan since 2013. And it was February. So this month is the 13th birthday of this policy. So it is now a teenager and due for an update. This is a policy that we knew going into it. Part of the reason why it's taken us 13 years to update is we know it's a significant policy that has a lot of user interest. Anybody that permits one of our fields is potentially affected by this policy. And so our direction to Carl, as he undertook this really challenging assignment, frankly, was to be as deliberative, as transparent and clear about the process as he was about the final result of the process. The process was just as important as the policy itself, so that we would have that credibility. By the time we got here before you, people understood that we had done an initial survey of everybody to get their initial feedback before making any proposals. We then sat down with focus group participants who were permitters, including a Spanish-only focus group. A follow-up survey, intercept surveys of walk-on users, so not only contacting the folks that permit, but people that don't permit, get their feedback, then develop a draft, then send the draft out for comment, and then process those things, and then send out a press release, and then come before you. So this is the result. What you're going to hear now is the result of a lot of work and a lot of process, and so I want to appreciate the staff and also give them the opportunity to present their good work to you.
Thank you, Darren and Mitty. For the record, my name is Carl Weber. I'm our athletic field planner in our Park Planning and Stewardship Division. I'm accompanied by Matt Folden, our Park Implementation Planning Section Supervisor, Haviz Agioho, our Parks Permit Manager, and Melanie Huggins, our Athletic Field Permit Supervisor. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Today I'll be presenting about the Montgomery Parks Athletic Field Permit Policy Update. At the end of this presentation, we'll be requesting approval of this policy. So today's presentation will cover several key areas of focus. First, I will share background information to help everybody understand the context of our policy. Next, I'll highlight the major revisions that have been made. I will also discuss the extensive outreach efforts we've undertaken throughout this policy. The athletic field use permit policy serves as the official framework guiding how Montgomery Parks manages the use of our athletic field. The policy clearly defines the procedures and requirements for organizations, teams, and individuals seeking to obtain permits, including details on eligibility, field classifications, and scheduling process. This document does not touch on fee schedule, which is brought to the planning board in separate agenda items. The most recent update to this policy was the approval of the 2013 athletic field use policy. We had several major goals in this policy update. First, we revised the policy to make it clearer and more straightforward. When I reviewed the 2013 policy, I found that many aspects were not clear, and even I had some questions. Our team worked diligently to ensure the updated policy is straightforward and easy to follow. Also, Montgomery Parks receives valuable feedback from our user groups and concerns, and we aim to address as many of these as possible. Most importantly, our goal was to enhance community equity and improve access to permitted athletic fields. The previous system allowed certain groups to monopolize field permits, which limited opportunities for others. Finally, we seek to increase field availability by reducing the number of unused permit hours, ensuring that our field facilities are utilized efficiently and benefit more community members. I just wanted to remind everybody here that we do have 312 fields, and that in certain areas in our county, our demand for our fields outweighs our supply. So we break down our major revisions into 3 different categories. The first category is our reservation process, which includes our permitting order of consideration and our go live event. The second section is our conditions of use, which includes ghost permitting, change, and our change and return permit fee structure. And finally, we will be discussing our priority use. The reservation process, the reservation process updated our permitting order of consideration, which enhances our previous 2-tiered or 2-priority system. Previously, our approach lacked a clear, defined order within each section, leading to confusion. The revised system now establishes 4 distinct and sequential tiers, making our process much more transparent. Step 1 is our existing agreements. Permits are first issued to organizations with standing agreements, such as Blair High School or Maryland Soccerplex. Step 2 is priority users and special events. Priority users are organizations that have earned priority use hours by consistently reserving the same field at the same time on the same day of the week during the same time of the year for 2 consecutive years. Special events are also permitted during this step. We have received feedback that special events have occasionally displaced community users. In response to this, Montgomery Parks has paused new special events that would interfere with priority use while we review the athletic field special events. Step 3 is Montgomery County agencies. County agencies may submit additional requests for permit hours after the first 2 steps have been accomplished. And then step 4 is our go live event, where all remaining field time is released to the public during our go live event. This structured step-by-step approach clarifies our permitting process and aims to serve our community more efficiently. Our go live event was not very detailed in our 2023 policy, so we provided a lot more detail in there. Our go live event is the moment when all available field time for our practice game fields become accessible for reservation online through Active Montgomery. Additionally, permits for our game-only and year-round synthetic turf fields can be requested directly from our permits office. Like I stated, we've provided a much more detailed description in our policy so our user groups understand this process better. We have incorporated the conditions of use into this policy as an appendix. Previously, this was a separate document attached to each permit, but it is now directly included within the policy for greater clarity and transparency. This change is significant because we have updated several sections of the conditions of use. Notably, we have added language that specifically prohibits ghost permitting, which refers to the practice of reserving a field but not actually utilizing it during the permitted time. Montgomery Parks received feedback from many organizations indicating that ghost permitting has been a recurring issue that has reduced our field capacity. Montgomery Parks has also reserved our permit change and return fee practice. Previously, any permit that was changed or canceled within a specific time frame incurred a $50 fee. Under the new policy, the fee is now 25% of the permit's value for any changes or returns. The old flat fee discouraged groups from making minor changes or returning permits for small amounts of time, which contributed to ghost permitting. Additionally, the low fee made it advantageous for groups to return large amounts of reserved time late in the season. Because our return window is quite generous, allowing returns up to 10 days before a permit date for cancellation, this often left return time slots unused by other organizations. The updated fee structure aims to promote a fairer and more efficient use of park permits by encouraging more judicious permitting practices. So in this table, we have two examples. We have Organization A that permitted a total of 1,400 hours in the spring of 2025. That organization returned over 400 hours of permits. And when I talked 2 weeks ago about our capacity, that is equivalent to one of our practice game fields. Organization B permitted about 5,500 hours in the spring, and they returned 1,100 hours. So again, that's equivalent to the level of one of our game-only fields. Now we do get to resell some of those, but a lot of those hours go unsold because they return so late. So these are missed opportunities for our communities. I mean, this is basically 2 fields worth of capacity that we're missing out on.
Do you keep track who does that to Parks Department year over year and next time restrict it or tell them something if they are committed, if they are the same people committing the same thing?
We're hoping to encourage better permitting through this policy. So we're hoping that resolves a lot of this issue. Our next major policy update was the update to our priority use. The policy reduces priority use hours an organization can secure from unlimited or 7 days a week down to 4 days a week, specifically 3 weekdays and 1 weekend day. To clarify, priority use hours are designated times that the permits office allows organizations to reserve before those slots become available to other groups. This is step 2 in our order of consideration process. Organizations earn these hours by permitting the same field at the same time and dates for 2 consecutive years. While this system has provided stability for many organizations, it has also led to some groups monopolizing Montgomery Parks fields, leaving others with no opportunity to obtain permits, which has raised equity concerns. Although this policy revisions limits any organization's ability to obtain priority use hours down to 4 days per week per field, organizations can still permit additional time during go-live event. Our goal with this change is to strike a balance, maintain stability for sports organizations, while also improving equity and access for all groups. Additionally, this adjustment aligns our process with how CUPF, community use of public facilities, handles priority use, or what they call high-volume users. Several of our longstanding groups have expressed concerns about this change. They worry that they may not be able to secure enough permits to support their activities and could be forced to reduce their program size. Also, we are requesting that to qualify for priority use hours, an organization must serve teams comprised of 2/3 county residents. These fields are valuable community amenities, and during our order of consideration, step 2, any benefit of permitting use should prioritize county residents. Montgomery Parks is dedicated to managing our athletic fields as efficiently and fairly as possible. We realize these changes may present challenges to some user groups. However, ensuring everybody has equitable access to our public athletic fields is essential for our community's growth and well-being. So Montgomery Parks is committed to taking thoughtful steps to best serve our community. So we know prior to use can lead to monopolizing our athletic fields. So we've had to make some adjustments. And as you can see, we're trying to balance that approach. 7 days leads to monopolies on our fields, but 0 days of prior use leads to no stability for our user groups. So we are trying to take a balanced approach where we're allowing groups to permit up, have historically prior to use up to 4 days a week. And then we are also allowing these groups to permit additional time during go live when everybody has an opportunity to permit these. Montgomery Parks, Montgomery Parks was dedicated to engaging our user groups and ensuring that everyone has a meaningful opportunity to share their perspectives. We conducted an extensive stakeholder engagement process, making a concerted effort to include all voices, not just the most outspoken. The first significant effort was our initial survey administered in February 2024, which invited users to share feedback on the existing policy. This survey was distributed to every group or individual who had been issued a field permit within the past 2 years, totaling more than 700 accounts. Montgomery Parks received 74 responses, providing valuable insight and guidance on the policy areas users felt should be prioritized for potential updates. After collecting the data, we reviewed it. I personally read every comment so I could fully understand everybody's perspective. Based on the findings, we decided to conduct a more in-depth analysis in several key areas. To help us reach all stakeholders, we partnered with outreach company Brick and Story to lead our next phase of engagement. Following our initial meeting with them, we concluded that organized focus groups and hosting 2 pop-up events would be the most effective way to gather further insights. Before discussing the focus groups, I'd like to highlight the pop-up events, which were proposed to help Montgomery Parks connect with users who utilize our fields but do not obtain permits, often referred to as walk-on users. To identify areas of frequent walk-on play, Montgomery Parks selected specific sites and used infrared cameras to monitor activity. Based on this data, we pinpointed 2 locations with high levels of walk-on use and organized pop-up events there. Both events held at our practice game fields were highly successful. They provide valuable opportunities for direct conversation with field users, allowing us to gain a deeper insights into how they select fields and the challenges they encounter while trying to access them. Next, we organized 4 distinct focus groups: Spanish-speaking leagues, leagues that serve low to moderate income families, priority users, and underrepresented sports. Guided by the insight in our survey, we aim to explore additional barriers to access permits, the issue of GERS permitting, game-only fields, and concerns related to priority use. These sessions sparked thoughtful and productive conversations about these complex topics, helping us better understand the unique needs and obstacles faced by each group. Montgomery Parks carefully considered all the feedback received and conducted a thorough internal review of the data and determined what was feasible. Based on this process, we developed a draft policy and provided user groups with a final opportunity to review and share additional comments. The draft policy was distributed to all user groups within the past 2 years, inviting their feedback. The survey remained open for a month during last fall, and we received 50 responses. After the survey closed, we received additional feedback. We recognized that some user groups were concerned about the loss of benefits of 7 days of priority use and their ability to permit additional time during go live event. While we understand these concerns, the policy adjustments are intended to ensure fairness and expand everyone's access. Our goal is to give all groups a fair opportunity to reserve fields and to maximize the availability of permits. These fields are valuable community resources, and should be accessible to all. In summary, staff has dedicated a significant time and resources to thoroughly reviewing this policy, addressing key concerns, and engaging with stakeholders, and developing a policy that best serves our community. We are confident that this policy represents a thoughtful and balanced approach. Montgomery Parks recommends its approval of the policy. If approved today, implementation would begin in the fall of 2027 season. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions and feedback you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, for your thorough presentation and for your team's extensive outreach and engagement. I have just a quick question. Can you talk about some of based on what you heard, some of the changes you've made from what you were originally thinking to where so based on talking to your pop-ups, your surveys, and some of the groups that gave feedback, can you talk about what changes did you change again because of the feedback you got?
Yes, I mean, there were several that we made changes along the way. I think, we in the priority of consideration, we do priorities and special events permits, and we heard frequently that the special events permits were pushing community groups out for their special events. So that's why we've made that step to stop that currently while we review that, and we hope to come up with a better solution to that process here in the near future. Another one was we initially were requesting roster data to qualify for priority use. We heard a lot of feedback about privacy and cumbersome of that request, so we've pared that down to requesting team data. Although we do reserve the right to request roster data if we feel like they're not being 2/3 county residents, but we did pare that down so that we could adjust for what we heard in our feedback.
Thank you so much. I have some other questions, but I'll let the other board members talk a bit big picture. Yeah, it's great that you're updating your policy. It's 13 years old. The county has changed. Different sports have come online. Their patterns of where people live are changed a bit. And so I know my daughters were in the Tacoma Soccer League when they were, I may have mentioned before, when they started, they were the little grass pickers when they were 4 or 5 years old until they went through the Tacoma processing, went in, to some other larger leagues. So I really appreciate all the work you guys do in having access and thinking about equity. So let some of the other board members chime in, please.
I have some questions. A couple of things. You said that you are stopping right now special events until you review it and before you bring it back, correct?
So it's the athletic field special events that displace priority users. So any special events that would displace community priority use, we would not approve right now.
And how many are those? Is it a lot of them? And when?
These would be new special events.
These are new
Yeah,
special
these would be
events.
any new events.
But the one that you already had, you still continue?
That we are still continuing.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that. The other question I have, that it was some correspondences from the Tacoma Park League and also Department of Recreations. They had some concern. Could you discuss those and see that how we can rectify, if possibility, and what are our responses to those requests they made? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll talk to the Recreation Department. First, I mean, Parks deeply values the Recreation Department and greatly appreciates the important service they provide to the community. We are committed to strengthening our partnership and continuing to enhance our collaboration with them. Our permit staff is engaging with regular meetings with the recreation department to ensure their needs are met and that they receive exceptional service and support. And with Tacoma Soccer, we are doing the same thing. I've had several conversations with them, and Melanie is working with them, and we have expanded our implementation period to the fall of 2027 to help them, give them more time to adjust to these new policies.
Yes, that's correct. And I think in the most, there was some more recent correspondence from Tacoma Soccer indicating that they had made, in their original correspondence with us, made a number of, suggestions regarding some changes we might consider that might help them out a little bit. And one of them was, delaying the implementation, which we agreed to. So I think those issues, it's been resolved.
Yeah, and could you just talk a little bit more about Department of Recreation? I know that we are coordinating, but have we come up to some kind of agreement or discussion for their specific concerns that they had?
Unfortunately, I think one of the main concerns that the rec department has to do with the ghost permitting issue. And what this policy is seeking to do is to better allocate our fields partially through restricting ghost permitting by changing the fees. And so that's something that, we specially designed this policy to address that.
So in general, ghost policy covers everyone that it's there, including the agencies.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, we cannot separate that.
Correct.
And could you again say that in regard to ghost, I don't know, maybe it was in there, I read it and I forgot. What is the percentage of usage that if it goes below that, it's a ghost? So if someone get a field and just use 5% or 10%, is it still a ghost permit in the policy, or what is it that would consider it to be a ghost policy?
Yeah, so we're in the process of evaluating that. We did one camera study on a field in the spring, and or in the fall, and we're going to do a few more fields in the spring. And we understand that occasionally a coach gets sick and he won't be there. We're looking for patterns. We're looking for egregious offenders. So we're going to be very liberal in our enforcement.
Okay.
But we are going to enforce it, and it is something that it should be a minimum. Like ghost permitting should be the exception, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to be cognizant of our user groups, and
I totally support it. I understand that. I'm just wondering that, is there any eyes on the fields that we have to see if, how do we know? Sometimes they may just use it a little and then again, the field left unused. The idea of ghost is that you want to make sure that you get as much as field to be used and not to be there. But is there any kind of eyes that we have to check?
so we are currently using the IR cameras out there. So if we hear that a field is being heavily ghost permitted, we're going to be setting up these cameras out there to record usage out there. We also have staff in our recreation regional parks that can keep eyes on our game-only fields. So we're going to work on that. But yes, we have an expansive system, and we don't have eyes on a lot of our fields.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was asking. The ghost is usually practice or game? I think game, you could tell that. I was just thinking in my mind, ghost is usually the practice field.
Yeah, I wish we had more information on that. We're working on trying to get more information on that so that we can make better decisions. But yeah, right now it's, we hear about it after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about ghost permitting in terms of its definition, and then why would someone engage in ghost permitting? Is it to nullify competition or other organizations? So if you could just explain it to me a little bit better, I'd like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't speak to why people do that. Again, I think occasionally a coach gets sick. But you may be right with your statement that it may be because of competition and they don't want other competition. I don't know. I just know it does happen. We heard a lot that it happens. We heard groups permit fields and then just don't use them. So I'm not sure why, but we are trying to dig in and find more information about it.
Also, I believe that it is a relatively low-risk thing to ghost permit a field, because our fields aren't very costly. So from a user's perspective, it makes sense, especially if you have priority use and you have to just take all the fields that you can.
And then the next question I have is, why do you return funds for fields that weren't used? Is it due to rain, or do people permit to use the field and then decide not to use it and then ask for a return of field time they didn't use?
Yeah, so there's two reasons to return fields. We do refund user groups if weather prevents them from playing on the surface. We have a rain out line that we can cancel fields, and if we cancel it, they get a full refund. The other one is if they permit it and then decide they don't need it, and then they return it to us, we charge a fee because there's administrative cost, and then you've again also just prevented somebody else from having that ability to permit that field.
Do you have an estimation of how many people or organizations were denied permits because we don't have enough supply to meet the demand?
I do not. I can defer to our permits office.
The reason why I'm asking is if you had an idea on how many people were denied permits because we didn't have enough supply, I think it'd be used to justify to acquire more land or develop more fields, and that's why I'm asking the question.
So my name is Melanie Huggins. Hi, I'm the Athletic Field Permitting Supervisor for Montgomery Parks, and I don't have a great answer for that. We right now just track it via email. So when a customer calls or asks me if a field's available and I say no, it just goes into a folder at this point. We have no way to quantify that answer. We can work on that to get a better answer, so for the planning, obviously, of new fields. But at the moment, I can just tell you that it happens a lot. I just don't have a number for it.
My primary concern is it's very sad when kids and organizations don't get an opportunity to play. And if we have a demand-supply issue, the statistics and information are important to expand the budget or opportunity to purchase land to develop more fields so that the children can play, or adults for that matter. And then finally, how do you determine if an organization or a team is 2/3 of county residents in order to deny or allow a permit?
Yeah, so initially in the policy, we were asking all of our priority users to submit roster data, but we backed off of that by privacy concerns and it might be burdensome. But we do still reserve the right for that. So hypothetically, if Carl Weber's DC Soccer League is requesting priority use, we may ask that organization for their roster data.
I think that's an excellent idea because the residents that live in the county and contribute to its wealth and tax dollars should seek priority use of those fields. And so I think that is a good idea. And I think if they supplied zip code only, that would be sufficient to address any privacy concern. But I think that's a great policy.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
I have a few questions on the Go Live event and how that kind of factors into these changes. So as you mentioned, priority use is down from, I guess, 7 days to a maximum of 4, including one of the weekends, but they still have an opportunity to use Go Live to kind of build back up as needed or as possible. I'm personally not that familiar with Go Live. Can you just explain a little bit more about kind of how that works, and if we have any information around, like, on a typical, for any typical season, how many kind of available fields are remaining for Go Live after priority use is kind of completely filled up? Does it vary by season? Are we seeing changes with that? And kind of like, our general assessment of the ability for some leagues, like, you know, Tacoma Soccer keeps coming up, but Tacoma Soccer, who I think uses both weekend days, like, what is our best estimate for their ability to kind of use Go Live to kind of regain either Sunday or Saturday or whatever the case is for fields they may have used?
So that's a lot of questions. in
Sorry.
one. I'll address them as I can and then just remind me to revisit.
Yeah.
The Go Live event is a scheduled event, and we share that date with community use of public facilities and the rec department for their fields as well. On that day, everything that is not already prioritized, right? The historic use, the tournaments, and what else? Everything is open for anybody in the community to purchase, essentially. And on that Go Live event, it's a mess. Like, it is everybody just trying to get whatever fields they can. So a larger organization that has multiple coaches on their account can go in and pick up everything they need, while maybe one parent who's trying to just coach their kid's team has to also fight for those fields. It is incredibly difficult to navigate if you've never done it before. And what we do is we try to provide them with resources. We give them as much notice as possible, like, this is the date, this is the time. Go on now to test it, make sure it works. If not, contact us and we will help you. With that said, we have very dense populations in certain parts of this county. So getting a field in Tacoma or in the Bethesda Chevy Chase area is much harder to get than one up north near South Germantown. So it just depends on what the need is, what the demand is, and that kind of goes back to the capacity need that we have.
Yeah, thanks, that's helpful. So it sounds like, so the policy, of course, is trying to expand access, which makes sense. I mean, that is a fundamentally good goal. And I think that it seems like we've achieved that, which is great. So I appreciate kind of the effort with that. It sounds like because Go Live is more, I guess, possible or practical to navigate with larger organizations who have multiple people who can get in there at the same time, as opposed to the previous situation where smaller organizations or individuals couldn't get priority use and they had to navigate Go Live, which is largely less accessible to them and kind of less possible to access fields. It sort of, it inverts the previous situation where it allows those with more resources to kind of use and leverage Go Live, and those with fewer resources to take advantage of priority use so they don't have to scramble and compete where they're at a disadvantage to do so. Is that kind of a fair characterization?
I would also like to add, too, that by limiting what we're prioritizing, right, it actually opens up more availability for these smaller groups to attempt to get, right? So before, if we were giving large organizations 7 days a week on one field, that field is completely taken out of the inventory for a smaller group to even attempt to grab.
Yeah.
So what we're hopefully doing, is we are trying to level the playing field for coaches versus organizations to be able to get the fields they need for their program without just telling people, no, you absolutely can't get on there anyway.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense. Well, thanks. I have a few other, I don't want to take up too much more of the time myself, but a few other kind of other questions if no one else has any. But I generally think that this is a good approach. I appreciate kind of the thoughtfulness in the process and keeping our eye on the North Star, which again is kind of access and enabling groups who are smaller, parts of the county that have had less access historically or recently, given where the capacity is, to help them kind of get a foot in the door, and then through priority use, kind of more consistently, season after season, build up their organizations and their player bases and help those kids. So I think that's all to the better. And I think this, from what I can tell, this policy change is a good one. So I appreciate the work done on it. Thank you.
So why don't I make a comment, and then we could finish up here. You could with any additional questions. So, given the previous permit field use policy was done 13 years ago, it's always good to give parks some room to start this process and then come back to us in a reasonable time frame. So I'm not sure if the reasonable time frame is 2 years, 3 years, but I do feel that sometime soon to come back and say how it's working, if some adjustments are needed, so that we can always fine tune. So if the smaller groups still have not been able to get spaces or something, that we can adjust it sooner than. So I'm just asking Parks, what do you think is a good time frame to come back to the board to revisit, you know, how it's working?
Yep, no, absolutely. I think that probably, so I think what we're talking about now is fully implementing this user policy fall of 27. So what I think would make sense is to give us 2 full years of doing this pursuant to this updated policy, and then let us come back to you. And, you know, either we will tell you it's working pretty well and we are, you know, seeing more leagues become priority users, leagues that were previously shut out, and we're not seeing lots of other negative impacts, and we're not, or we might have a tweak or two. We might say, you know, we've done this now 2 years, and we recognize there are some things that we can do to fine-tune this a little bit. So I think 2 years after we launch it would be reasonable for us.
So that would be some, like early 2028 or something, like, would that?
Yes.
So it's like
Well,
one
no,
year, you
it
want to
would
be
be
1 year.
29, so it would be.
29.
Right, so maybe early
20.
30, I'm sorry. My calendaring and mathing is not great right now. But 2 years from,
The fall of.
yeah,
You want to have it 2 years in usage. I suggest, because I was going to make the same comments during that time, because you have additional year, we have to develop some key indicator that we could get the data. So we have to have something in place
yes,
as a baseline that we think we're going to use that for the future as a key indicator, and we compare them together to see that what is the impact. And that gives you enough time to develop those key indicators. The other thing that I'm a little bit concerned, you may not be concerned, because when you go online, now you have more ball field, and everybody is going to sit at midnight, at 12 o'clock, or as soon as it's online, they're going to jump on the thing, and they're going to ask all their staff and all their volunteers to come and look at one ball field to get it. So just want to make sure that Active Montgomery, is it still called Active Hubbies? Yeah. So if Active Montgomery is able to take it, and maybe some of these key indicators could be done via Active Montgomery. By the way, Mr. Habib sitting here, he is an exemplary person in the permit office that has been there for years and is one of the stars that shines in Parks Department. And I just wanted to say that he's amazing. And
we agree. We agree.
Yeah,
Thank you for those kind words.
Yeah. So that's important that we don't have that problem that everybody jumping at the same time.
Well, I think that, I mean, that's a fair comment, but, you know, as someone who's tried to sign up my daughter for swim classes in the county, I mean, this is a problem that already exists. You know, swim classes,
Yes,
summer
yes, yes.
camps, like anything going on through Active Montgomery, people are waiting at 6 a.m., before 6 a.m. to try to get onto the system, and sometimes they have a hard time logging into the system because everyone, you know, so it is a challenge, but I don't think it's a different order of magnitude at all from what
It
currently
is a
exists.
different magnitude because you are one person. A league is not one
No, but
person.
Go Live,
so-
Go Live is something that exists currently, and so
Go Live exists currently,
Go Live
yeah.
exists
Yeah,
currently,
but it is a little bit, I think, like getting Rolling Stones tickets or something.
yeah.
But
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
go
but
ahead.
so that's the way we need to check in and then we maybe go to a different around the Go Live if it's not working well. So you'll have some data, and we want it to work well. So let's put a time to check in. Okay. So please go. You had some.
That was the kind of evaluation piece was one of mine. So I think we covered that. But I mean, as part of that, you know, it came up like, what can we sort of tell about demand, relative to capacity. I think to the extent that that's something we can start to evaluate more. I mean, we had a big conversation a few weeks ago about our fields in general and how they're kind of stretched to capacity as a playing surface right now, and extra demand is going to put more strain on that. But demand from the standpoint of relative to the capacity that we do have, that's always, to Commissioner Barley's point, that would be really interesting to learn more about to the extent we can. It sounds like it's sort of difficult in some ways.
It's a challenge, but we'd like to get you more data on that. I mean,
Yeah.
if we were permitting fields at market rates, if we were some kind of private sector company, and we just priced them at pursuant to what the demand is, we'd get a really strong indicator of what the supply-demand issue is, because people would be paying through the nose for the fields, but we cap the price for the fields. So it's a little bit hard. Some of the indicators that we have are anecdotal. It's hearing from smaller leagues and individuals who say, we can't get access to these fields. It's also the number of hours that we've been able to observe some of our fields in the down county are getting used. That's another indicator that there is a supply issue. And to Commissioner Bartley's point, we would love to have more athletic fields. Land in the down county is expensive and in limited supply. I mean, that's just a reality we deal with. So we would like to, over time, acquire and maintain more fields. But we also, in order to be able to allocate fairly and try to address the fact that we're dealing with a limited supply, need to come up with a rational way to allocate what we have that's fair. And that's what this is all about. And it's puts and takes, and there are, difficult policy decisions to be made, but that's what we're trying to get to. The scarce resource we have, how do we share it out?
Yeah, for sure. And so I think as part of that, it would be interesting to tell as well during the future evaluation, because you mentioned efficiency is kind of a big goal of this as well. So what can we learn about kind of relative to ghost permitting? Like, are there fewer fields that are sitting dormant, sitting vacant? To say nothing of the fact that like overuse is a big challenge too, but are we seeing fewer days, fewer hours where that's happening relative to the number of like organizations and leagues and so on that are coming in? And I'm sure that's already on your radar, but that's it'd be good to learn more about that at a future evaluation, which seems doable. But yeah, thanks again
Montgomery
for this.
Park should think about maybe some turf field. I don't know if that is something that we want to bring back at all, but we have shortage, and I think the technology has come a long way since 10 years ago. Many of the concerns, I think, has been taken care of. I don't know if it's a plan to do it or not.
I think we're going to need to have more discussions about that, yes.
Well, great. So hopefully, with time and maybe more resources, but now is not the time in the county for more resources, but it'd be good to have a better ideas of what's used and what's not used. Because I know I've heard that some of the up-county, there are some fields that aren't used very much. And how do you drive usage, maybe not for the local kids who can't get there, but maybe some of the adults that, that drive and, some of those teams. So this is wonderful. So I'd like to make a motion that, that the board approve of Parks athletic field use permit policy with the only change I saw was the coming back after 2 years of usage, and then I'm not sure in the policy, and you did change the fall of 27 that you start the implemented.
Yeah,
So,
implementation will be for the fall of 2027.
great. So that's my proposal.
Yeah. Do you want me to make the motion?
Yes,
or
please.
I will either make the motion on the question in front of us of the athletic field policy. I'll move that we approve it with the edits and updates made today.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. A lot of hard work went into this. Looking forward to seeing how it works. So thank you so much. And we're going to take just another 2-minute break and start with item number 6, Wheaton Placemaking Initiatives, Wheaton Placemaking Toolkit, which is a briefing for the board. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative, Wheaton Placemaking Toolkit, where staff is giving us a briefing. And we have Sophie Kotzker here this afternoon to present the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative. But do we have Carrie Sanders to also maybe make some initial remarks? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Carrie Sanders, for the record, East County Division Chief. I just wanted to kick it off to, first of all, compliment Sophie Kotzker. She led the Wheaton Placemaking Wheels and Wheaton event last spring, which was a really big success. Amazing turnout for the event. We even got Chair Harris on a pair of roller skates there. And turned the parking lot into a place right next to our building temporarily to sort of show how spaces can be activated to really show the community the resources that Wheaton has and sort of the ability for Wheaton to really become an exciting place to gather. We knew when we briefed the board on this, gosh, it's almost been a year now, that one of the things the board really wanted to see was how do we take this beyond just a one-day event? How do we make this something that could be activated in the future, not just this location, but kind of throughout Wheaton? And so this toolkit is really designed to do that, to allow Wheaton to have a series of placemaking events to provide guidance and also resource to downtown Wheaton and different partners so that those placemaking events can happen regularly. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sophie to kind of walk you through this document, but we feel this is a good resource for placemaking in downtown Wheaton.
Hi, everyone. Sophie Kotzker, East County Planning. Thank you, Carrie. Today I'm providing a briefing and overview of the final deliverable of the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative, the Wheaton Placemaking Toolkit. The Wheaton Placemaking Toolkit is the final deliverable of the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative, which kicked off in 2024 and resulted in the 2025 Wheels and Wheaton event. The Wheaton Placemaking Initiative originated from a recommendation in the 2022 Wheaton Downtown Study to advance placemaking efforts in the area, and the initiative aimed to repurpose underutilized spaces, reinforce Wheaton's unique sense of place, and improve connectivity and safety, and demonstrate opportunities for future investment through placemaking. The initiative culminated in Wheels and Wheaton, which you are all familiar with, our 2-day placemaking event last summer. These are just some photos of Wheels and Wheaton, how we transformed the parking lot, the roller skating rink, the brewery, an activity zone with arts and crafts, skateboard lessons for kids, and a silent disco in the roller rink. And of course, had to include a photo of Chair Harris impressing us all with his roller skating skills. Montgomery Planning partnered with the Wheaton Urban District, local businesses and artists, various government agencies, and the broader community to make this possible. This collaboration showcased the power of placemaking and demonstrated what can be achieved when we activate underutilized spaces to create inclusive, engaging experiences for community members. The Wheaton Urban District, who was our primary implementation partner for this effort, serves as the day-to-day steward of downtown Wheaton. And from the outset of our overall placemaking initiative, we knew we wanted to create a lasting benefit for the community that would extend beyond a single event. Following the conclusion of Wheels and Wheaton, materials such as umbrellas, tables, and chairs were left behind with the Urban District, and the ground mural was preserved as public art. The final leave behind, the Wheaton Placemaking Toolkit, has been developed and handed off to the Urban District to support their efforts to strategically continue the placemaking momentum in downtown Wheaton. This toolkit takes the shape of a 30-page digital booklet that provides strategies, best practices, regional examples, and actionable recommendations that can work together to sustain and advance placemaking efforts in downtown Wheaton. The toolkit provides a comprehensive set of placemaking strategies and best practices tailored to the unique downtown Wheaton, with the Urban District as implementers. It functions as a practical resource with guidance to plan, implement, and sustain placemaking efforts. Ultimately, it's a flexible framework, one that the Urban District can adapt by implementing specific ideas or simply using it as a starting point for future initiatives. On this slide here, you can see a little bit of what the document itself looks like. The toolkit organizes strategies into 4 primary categories: plans and strategic goals, connectivity and safety, enhancing public space, and activations. Each of these categories includes actionable strategies, regional examples of those strategies, and at the end of the document, maps highlighting potential locations within downtown Wheaton that our team identified as feasible options for the different types of strategies listed throughout the document. The strategies are all ideas that the urban district could implement themselves or could collaborate with local partners to implement. Additionally, the strategies are varied not only by type, but also by scale. For example, they range from suggesting the creation of a dedicated strategic plan and placemaking team to simply adding string lighting, overhead sidewalks, or hosting a scheduled coffee cart day in the town plaza. On the top right of this slide, I have an example of what one of the categories looks like: enhancing public space. And as you can see, there are strategies listed: greening, creative lighting, and artwork, with examples and pictures, and then a map denoting the specific locations throughout downtown Wheaton that these types of interventions could potentially be installed or implemented. On the bottom right of the page, there's an example of some of the other types of content in this document. This shows a summary of best practices for implementation of impactful placemaking, pulling out the key points of all of the strategies into one place. Here's another example, the activation section, that has examples and descriptions of pop-ups like a coffee cart, a larger structured or reoccurring event like a farmer's market, and then a dedicated page of tips and more examples of what a pop-up or event could be, like partnering with the library to do a book swap or partnering with a bike organization to host a meetup. Overall, there's a lot of content and information in this toolkit, and it's important to note that this is all just the starting point. The possibilities for placemaking in downtown Wheaton are endless, and we're excited to see what the urban district will accomplish as they continue to build on the momentum of Wheels in Wheaton. And again, our goal for this toolkit is to serve as a resource that can be revisited over time as ideas evolve and new opportunities emerge, supporting ongoing brainstorming, planning, and implementation efforts. Montgomery Planning will continue to be a resource and partner, and this toolkit will be posted online for easy access. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Boy, I was really impressed with the toolkit, and I'm hoping that maybe, a year more you come back. I mean, that it's been used a lot, and we've had a lot of pop-ups around, but it's just very, very helpful, and thank you for all your hard work in preparing it. So, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the
I'd like to compliment you all on your efforts and your placemaking initiatives. I think it's really important because the planning board and planning staff take into the totality of citizens' concerns, their lifestyle, and seeks to improve it. And when you do things like this, you engage the citizens and let them be involved in the process. And I think it's really important.
Any other questions or comments?
Just add my thanks. And one of the things I really like about these kinds of initiatives and also having a toolkit to support it, it's sort of, it doesn't, it reminds community, but it communicates to community that like the only time that we engage with them is not just during a master plan. Like we're not simply here to draw lines on a map. We are much more engaged than that, and we want to kind of have a continuous level of engagement to understand what they need, how we can improve, how they can improve, how we can work together to improve different parts of the community and kind of rely on their local interests to do so. It's a much more like, for lack of a better word, like engaging part of what we do in a forward-looking, positive, like optimistic way. It's, for all those reasons and more, it's really cool. I'm glad that we're doing more of these things, and I know it takes a lot of work, so of course it's a huge lift, and it takes a lot of staff resource and everything else. But I really do feel like it's a huge value, and it's like an enormous bang for the buck in terms of building relationships. So thanks to your team and others.
And yeah, this was also a learning experience for me. As you mentioned, how do we take the Wheels on Wheaton into the next step? And yeah, this is a living document, and hopefully there could be some lighting at another like cafe lighting or something. It's just so this was a great example of showing people possibilities, right? So the Wheels on Wheaton was showing that's a possibility, but now all these and how you can span those possibilities. So this is really wonderful, and as I said, I look forward to implementation of these over time within Wheaton. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know our implementing partners definitely appreciate some more specificity. So I think this guide is helpful to them. One of the things about placemaking that's also really great, in addition to what Commissioner Bartley mentioned, where we get to have direct impact with residents, is when we're doing the event, we get to do the event with all of our government partners and the residents that volunteer. So we get to have like feedback from residents at the event itself, which is helpful. And that can be about master planning, it can be about regulatory, it can be about any work that we do. And we also appreciate residents taking the time to volunteer for things like this too.
Right.
And a number of them stood alongside us and helped us. We really appreciate that.
Great. And I see the hand of Director Sartori. I'll let him close us out
Yeah.
on this.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my thanks to the team and to Sophie in particular. I think that this is a great example of the enduring impact of planning work. I think we see it all the time in development that's approved and the building stands for decades, or, a master plan that might guide the direction of a community for decades. Placemaking is oftentimes thought of as something that's like a moment in time, but there are enduring impacts of that. In some cases, there are things that are longer term. This was a one weekend thing that obviously is going to have a much more long-term impact on the community, and not just from what it helped us envision that day, that weekend, but also through this toolkit, that it will continue to have an impact in the community even beyond Wheaton, as a resource for people who want to continue to make improvements to their neighborhoods. So kudos to the team for doing this and for showing the value of the work that we do in every regard. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. And then somehow we need to get the district council member to, get a copy in her hands and walk her through it. So thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break and then start with our next item, item number 7, burial sites inventory historic context briefing, where the goal is to have the board receive the briefing. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in 2 minutes. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, the Burial Sites Inventory Historic Context Briefing. We have Brian Crane and Rebecca Ballo here to provide this briefing. Welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Brian Crane. I'm the archaeologist for the Historic Preservation Division in the Planning Department. And this is a briefing about our work to develop a historic context for burial sites. So this afternoon, I'm going to introduce the master plan for historic preservation, the burial sites inventory and how it relates to the master plan for historic preservation, and the purpose of historic context in evaluating sites. The draft context that we're working on now comprises historical themes and a classification of our cemeteries. I will introduce those. We performed a sample context survey with a consultant, and I'm going to give you some of the, how we selected our sites for that survey and the results that we got, and then the next steps that we have going forward. The Master Plan for Historic Preservation was adopted by the, the County Council in 1979, and it Chapter 24A of Montgomery County Code governs this, and it lays out the criteria by which properties are included in that master plan. It goes through, adding properties goes through a designation process that evaluates properties according to those criteria, and following listing, exterior alterations must receive a historic area work permit from the Historic Preservation Commission. And the first group, the core of the original master plan, were all properties that were previously listed on the on the National Register of Historic Places. There are over 400 sites currently listed on the master plan. These embody examples of important or interesting, unique architecture. They relate to important individuals in county history or historical events or processes, and they comprise a wide range of property types. There are houses, there are churches, there are commercial properties, and there are some cemeteries. The process for adding properties to the master plan for historic preservation is shown sort of in an arrow format at right. It begins with research and evaluation. It goes through the Historic Preservation Commission. It then comes before this board, goes on to planning board work sessions, goes on to county council where it is approved and adopted and added. I should say that that public outreach is a part of the whole process, and that the historic contexts that we're talking about are important throughout as well, but especially in that first phase. So the designation process, looking at the text at the left, it's about taking the criteria that are in Chapter 24A and applying them to the property. So these are, broadly speaking, they are properties that are significant for their relationship to the county's history in one way or another, or they're particularly important for their architectural design. The burial sites inventory is a separate program. It was created pursuant to Montgomery County Code Section 33A-17. It was passed in 2017. That program was initiated here in the Planning Department in 2018, and this board formally adopted the first listing in the spring of 2019. The code establishes the inventory and defines a cemetery as a physical location where human remains were buried in the earth or entombed in a mausoleum or columbarium. It includes a cemetery, but doesn't include the sprinkling of ashes. So that's important. So that definition gives us the range of property types that are under our consideration. So cemeteries, mausoleums, columbaria, but not necessarily memorial gardens where ashes were sprinkled. There are well over 300 sites in the inventory. We add a few typically every year based on new research or sites that have been brought to us by the public. Most of those, 256 of them, are what we call known cemeteries. Those are places where the cemetery is still extant. There are visible markers on the surface, or the historical record is very specific. For example, it may show up in a plat, a professionally engineered surveyed plat, or other very definitive locational information. We have also 80 approximate locations. Those are cemeteries that are clearly indicated in the historical record or in oral history, but there are no markers on the ground now, and the historical record is not specific enough that we can say exactly where it is. We know about where it is. So there are 55 of our known cemeteries that are already included within the current master plan for historic preservation. 35 of them, most of those, are within master plan sites. They're within the environmental setting of a master plan site. Most of those are either church cemeteries or their family burial grounds, where the principal property added to the master plan for historic preservation was the house, or it was the church. The cemetery is a little bit incidental. There are 11 that are within master plan historic districts, and there are actually 9 that are specifically listed in the master plan in their own right, simply as a cemetery. The role of historic context, so this is a quote from the National Park Service's National Register Bulletin 15. The Park Service publishes bulletins to help historic preservation professionals understand how to apply things like various kinds of criteria to evaluating properties for National Register eligibility. Even though we're not talking about National Register eligibility here, we're talking about our own master plan, the criteria are analogous. So the significance of a historic property can be judged and explained only when it is evaluated within its historic context. Historic contexts are those patterns or trends in history by which a specific occurrence, property, or site is understood, and its meaning and ultimately its significance within history or prehistory is made clear. So patterns and trends in history, that's the guts of a historic context. So when we started to develop our historic context for burial sites, we started with themes. These are, in effect, to go back a slide, that was going back too many slides. No, I didn't. No, I've got, sorry. There we go, no. So these themes are essentially the patterns and trends in history, okay? So this is not a definitive, exhaustive list, but these are some of the historical processes that are interesting in our county and that we think are related to our burial sites. So the evolution of how people grieved and mourned, the development of mortuary landscapes, and cemetery landscapes changed in style over the course of the 19th century. And you see examples of that in our county. We have the stone cutting and quarrying were important industries in our county, and the particular materials and styles of stones appear to be distinctive in the context of stonecutter and quarry-related cemeteries, and so on. So these are some of the themes that we're looking for in developing our historic context. Now, this is the classification or the enumeration of the different types of cemeteries. So the context really, you can think of it as how those themes, those trends in history match up with the various types of cemeteries that we have. So we've got family cemeteries, religious cemeteries, community cemeteries, some of which actually began as churchyards. We have the burial sites of enslaved persons. We have 2 pet cemeteries. We have 1 Potter's Field. This is the Poorhouse Cemetery in Rockville. And then we have numerous contemporary commercial perpetual care cemeteries.
I saw you had a pet cemetery.
Yeah.
Historic.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, actually, this is a bit of a divergence, but there it is at the lower left in this slide is Aspen Hill. Aspen Hill is a master plan historic site. It's a pet cemetery. It's one of the oldest in America, whether it's the second oldest or it is among the oldest. And it's interesting because it dates to the 1920s. And so this is pet cemeteries are quite common now. In the 1920s, they were not.
Yeah.
And it kind of relates to a time when people's attitudes towards animals was shifting from sort of a farm context of animal husbandry to family pets, a kind of a furry member of the family. As it happens, and this is important, Aspen Hill includes numerous human burials. It would not qualify for the burial sites inventory without human burials. So it has both, and that's why it's on here. So the slide shows it's a visual for showing what some of the material for these different sites looks like.
Can I, sorry, not to sort of interrupt what's going on, to jump in on, I had two questions on the thing. One, with the burial sites inventory, do we maintain and keep an eye on those even when it's in Rockville or Gaithersburg and sort of outside our typical planning and parks areas?
We do.
Okay.
So for example, there are quite a few cemeteries in the city of Rockville.
I live, the question is, I live next to several,
Oh,
a couple
right.
of them, yeah, so I was curious. Yeah.
So they have their own historic preservation person, but they don't have an archaeologist.
Okay.
So the city of Rockville frequently reaches out to our office for advice about cemeteries and archaeological sites.
That's interesting.
So the ordinance tasks the planning department with maintaining an inventory throughout the entire county, regardless of jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there are cemeteries in Gaithersburg, in Poolesville, in Rockville, as well as on federal property. So there are several on the C&O Canal Park. And so we work with institutional partners, the state parks, the National Park Service, or other cities to tell them about the cemeteries that are on them.
Okay, that was the other question. One other question I have, I think it was back on the previous slide. The Benevolent Society is a category.
Yeah.
It says they were all established by African-American groups, which I think is interesting because I'm familiar, where I used to live in Texas, there were several that were either the Masons Lodge had a cemetery, and but I was curious if there was a story there, or just that's a historical issue, or what? Curiosity.
There is, and we are particularly interested in the Benevolent Society, the Fraternal Society cemeteries, because following the Civil War, following emancipation, African-American communities had very few resources. And among the institutions that developed at that time were dozens of fraternal societies that provided insurance, particularly medical insurance. So if someone was sick and unable to work, they would be provided with income. And at death, they would be provided with a place of burial. And we find that in mapping out the African-American communities that emerged following the Civil War, church, school, fraternal hall, and cemetery were kind of among the pillars of those communities, and they are very frequently co-located.
That's interesting. Yeah.
So for that reason, it is a particularly, it's an interesting context, and we've got a number of important sites that relate to that may be good candidates for consideration at a future amendment to the master plan.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was really interesting. I was curious.
So that's examples of what these things look like. There's at left, it's a very elaborately carved headstone, a marker from the Wood family cemetery. There's a top center, there's a carved fieldstone marker in the Hill Farm cemetery that we've got Monocacy at upper right, Aspen Hill we already referenced, and bottom center is from Jerusalem Mount Pleasant. It's an African-American fraternal society burial ground, and interesting for a distinctive concrete marker with inlaid type. Letters. I've only ever seen those in certain African-American burial sites in the county. So it's a distinctive marker type. So our burial sites context, as a segue, we were interested in understanding the particular material attributes of our cemeteries that would relate to the themes and typology that we had developed. So we selected a subset of these, of sites that across the county and across our sort of cemetery types and across periods, and selected those for individual survey. We had a short list, I think, of 40. We whittled that down to 20, and then worked with, most of these are on private property. So we had to work with property owners, some of whom were agreeable, some just didn't respond. So we ended up with 19 sites where we were able to obtain permission from the property owner to visit and study. And here you see them on the slide. So the things that we learned about how the evolution of cemetery styles, for example, appears on our cemeteries. So at left is the Chilton Dyer family cemetery. It's what we would call a vernacular style, and most of the cemeteries in our county are vernacular. Vernacular is a little bit of a cop-out word in historic preservation, to be honest, but it means that it wasn't designed to a particular style, like a high style. It was laid out according to long-standing tradition. So vernacular cemeteries, they're typically small. The graves frequently face east, and they will be arranged in rows. There may be plantings or not. Fences are common. Certain trees, like cedar trees sometimes, we see planted next to these. And but then in the 19th century, you had what has been called the rural cemetery movement. This began in New England. And it involved designing really beautiful park-like settings that oriented graves often towards paths or physical geographic features within the cemetery. Often include large, high-standing obelisk markers. I mean, they're very beautiful. And then ultimately in the 20th century, especially with perpetual care cemeteries, you had the evolution of the lawn park cemetery, and that's a very common cemetery type now. Often have this small flat-lying stones because they're easy to mow. I mean, so it sort of borrows the very open park-like features of the rural cemetery movement, but the markers are simpler and maintenance is simpler, and it's a common 20th century thing. And you find cemeteries in our county that exhibit all of those, depending on the period of the markers. So at right, that's monocacy. So you find attributes of monocacy that began as a vernacular. It was a churchyard. It was a chapel of ease. It was an Episcopalian, an Anglican, then Episcopalian satellite church. And then ultimately, it's now a community cemetery, very large one.
Is this a picture, the previous slide, is that a picture of the Bonifant Cemetery?
Oh, at left?
family?
No, it's
On
Chilton Dyer.
Okay. It looked familiar, like there's a cemetery near my house.
So then we also looked at marker styles and materials. So the early cemeteries often had local stone, schist, fieldstone, Seneca sandstone, or marble that was probably quarried here in Maryland, not immediately local to Montgomery County, but within the state. And then subsequently, with the development of the railroad, you had out-of-state granite and other materials and markers that were often available through catalog. So in this slide, we've got a ledger marker at the Bowie Cemetery. That's either marble or local schist, probably marble. Flat marker at Howard Chapel. That's a very sort of lawn park, familiar to all of us for contemporary cemeteries. And then an unusual zinc obelisk at Bethesda Meeting House. Zinc was the bronze monument company, I think, late 19th, early 20th century. And it was kind of a sort of a cheaper marble. Ironically, they hold up far better than marble does. Marble, of course, is vulnerable to acid rain. So marble markers often look like they're just melting away. Whereas these molded zinc markers look like they were done yesterday. I mean, they haven't lost a thing. Anyway, interesting. So there are these different materials and styles that we find all over the county. Some more of these, the Griffith Family Cemetery, that's slate, so sort of home carved. And another sort of home-carved field marker at the Button Farm Cemetery. In between is a professionally carved Seneca sandstone marker near the quarries. It was a quarry worker and a Catholic. This is a person born in Ireland, and that IHS is the initials of Christ, and it's a common motif that you see in Catholic burial grounds. This is not a Catholic, specifically Catholic. It's belonged to George Peter. He was a quarry owner. Also includes at least one definite burial of a person that he held in slavery. So our next steps. So we will be taking this presentation and taking it to County Council later this summer. We're continuing to develop and elaborate the context. We will be updating the burial sites inventory. We will be back before you all, probably the last of your meetings in May of this year. We've got 5 or 6 sites that we anticipate adding to the inventory this year. We will, our final, well, I mean, as far as, our next final context report, we're working on developing this spring and summer. And that will support the development of the scope of work for a master plan amendment that we anticipate beginning in the summer of 26, the beginning of fiscal year 27. We would begin it in the fiscal year 27 in July. And I think, yeah, that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. I think a part of being, you helped us helping us be informed, with the vernacular and the terms and the context, so that you're bringing us along, so that when you come with in your study, we're really well informed of what you're doing and the importance. So this is really interesting, and thank you for doing this. Right, thank you for all your work. In helping, it to me is still a part of that untold stories and letting us know, people that we may not know their names, but they're important, and people that help form the backbone of the county, they're very important, and they should be recognized. So thank you for your work.
No.
Any other questions or comments?
I always get really excited when I see you on the agenda. So I just think it's really neat. At one time, I want to follow you around when you're doing the LiDAR machine. But that's just a personal thing. No, I
can take you up on that.
Please. I can zap fish. I know how to zap fish now, and I can call the LiDAR machine. But no, I think this is really fascinating. This is great work. I really like this. So thanks for bringing it up. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? No, good. So thank you so much, and we look forward to you coming back in the fall, okay? Or May. For the
update.
Yeah, great, thank you. So we're going to take another 2-minute break and start with item number 8, Germantown Sector Plan Amendment, Emerging Ideas. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, the Germantown Sector Plan Amendment, Emerging Ideas, where staff is asking the board to provide direction to the staff on the emerging ideas. This afternoon, we have Jamie Pratt with the Planning Department presenting. Thank you so much and look forward to your presentation.
All right, thank you. So today with me, I have Roberto Duke and Eli Glazier, Don Ziegler, and up on the podium, we have Patrick Butler. I've been instructed that I need to make sure to allow sufficient time for the translation today, so hopefully I'll remember to do so. So this is the plan timeline for a master plan process, and as the arrow indicates, we're in the preliminary recommendations phase. So we're starting our preliminary recommendations with what we call emerging ideas. So these are the bigger picture without getting into specific plan recommendations, such as zone this property a specific zone or make that street wider, things like that. It's just the bigger concepts that will inform the preliminary recommendations, which we hope to bring to you guys in the next 2 or 3 months. And then we'll follow that with a working draft, hopefully by the end of summer. So today's presentation begins with a reminder of what the plan area is. Then we're going to do a condensed feedback summary. We were here in November with a more in-depth report on our community outreach efforts. So we're just going to do some highlights from that, and then we're going to dive into the plan framework, where we'll show you some of the goals of the plan and strategies to achieve those goals, and we're going to use a series of maps to illustrate those strategies. So the plan area is the central portion of the larger Germantown area. It kind of has half on the east side of 270, half on west. To orient a little bit, let me turn on this laser pointer, and you can see the Department of Energy is a large site in the middle. We have Montgomery College is probably the biggest property in the plan area. We have the town center with Black Rock and the library here. Black Hill Regional Park is on the north end, and we have the Milestone Shopping Center here to just kind of orient people a little bit on the plan area. So the community feedback was, we did throughout the summer. We had done a previous round of feedback when this was just a study. So we've heard from a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But just kind of summarize it, for housing, residents care more about where housing is located than the physical unit. So they prioritize low crime, good schools, and good access to shops and parks over like what the house looks like. But they did have concerns about affordability, especially for what they call family-sized homes. So a house that can accommodate possibly like multi-generational families. Some major concerns for the environment and sustainability is the loss of biodiversity. There's tree loss and a lack of shade was a concern, as well as the effects of climate change that make the extreme heat events more frequent. So residents would like to see more tree canopy, and they want us to keep environmental protection as a strong factor in this plan. So parks are highly valued in Germantown, especially the larger regional parks like Black Hill Regional Park and South Germantown Rec Park, which has the Maryland Soccerplex in it. And that's a big regional draw for Germantown that's very important to the whole community. But the many people in the community are actually underserved when it comes to parks and recreation options, when it comes to being able to walk to recreation and parks that are near their homes. They generally have to drive to the major parks where there's a lot more amenities. So this plan will look into how to provide more stuff closer to where people live. And finally, people want more natural spaces better walking and biking connections, and cleaner and safer parks. Transportation has been a big element of this plan from the beginning. Most people in Germantown commute and run errands by car, but many people do use transit for part of their commute, and some rely on bus as their primary means of getting around or their only means in cases. So people have expressed a desire for more bus routes, better frequency, and longer service hours, including more weekend service. They do walk when they can, especially to parks or the MARC station or the town center, and many walk to schools, but there are still a lot of gaps that have been identified by the community within the pedestrian and bicycle networks. Some other top concerns are aggressive driving and trail and side path maintenance issues. So we get a lot of support for adding additional dedicated bike lanes, side paths, and separated sidewalks, especially on the roads that have higher speeds. People also raise concerns about congestion near the town center, and they would like to see some safety improvements there, such as better lighting and traffic calming within the town center. And so overall, what we heard from people in Germantown is that they highly value the cultural diversity they see in their community. Germantown is sometimes considered the most diverse city in the country, and the people in Germantown tell us time and again that that's very important to them, that Germantown stay diverse. People enjoy having convenient access to everyday needs in Germantown with so many shopping centers in the area. They love Black Rock Center for the Arts, and they love the Germantown Library, as well as the regional parks. And they like being in close proximity to the DC region in general. They're kind of centrally located in the county. The number one concern we heard from people is that they don't always feel safe in their community. They frequently speak of feeling unsafe because of the road network, but they're also concerned with the level of crime in the area. They want Germantown to be economically vibrant with more jobs and more dining, arts, and entertainment options. They would like to see more recreation opportunities for people of all ages, and they frequently specifically mention more activities for children, for seniors, and for young adults. And they want better connectivity on foot, bike, or transit, and finally, affordable housing options, especially for families or those downsizing or living alone. And so I'm going to just jump right into the plan framework here. This is the draft goals of the plan. You can just see here, simply we want vibrant neighborhood hubs, a civic heart in the town center, connected mobility for all, inclusive and context-sensitive growth, parks, recreation, and public spaces for community well-being, and environmental sustainability and climate resilience. So here you'll see the full plan area, and we're showing in orange the town center focus area. So most of our plans, goals, and strategies can be illustrated in this focus area, so we're going to start there, and then we're going to show how they apply throughout the entire plan area and introduce a few more strategies at the same time. So this is the town center focus area. The town center and the adjacent neighborhoods are generally considered the center of community life in Germantown. So I'm going to be illustrating, as I said, a lot of the ideas for the plan using this town center area, but most of these strategies will apply broadly throughout the entire plan area. So the map you see here shows a few of places of interest to keep yourself oriented as we go through the framework maps. So I just want to show that we have, starting at the bottom, the Seneca Valley High School is in the plan area. We have the MARC station, the Up County Regional Services Center, the Black Rock Center for the Arts, the Germantown Library, the Transit Center, and then over here you'll see the Fairchild Apartments and Topgolf, and I'll talk about in just a second why those are on here as places of interest. There's also a few existing open spaces within the plan, within the town center focus area. So there's a small park near the MARC station. There's the town commons in front of Black Rock. And there's a space up Century Boulevard that was dedicated for a future stop on the CCT. And now it's still a planned BRT stop for one of our corridor connectors in this area. And then there's the Germantown Town Center Urban Park here, and there's a small park under the U of Up County here that there have been various plans to move that to a place where it can be more useful. So you'll see more of that in the future. And so the first framework map introduces this concept of activity centers. So we want to define and enhance a network of walkable mixed-use activity centers that serve as focal points for daily needs, for services, for social interaction. So these centers are shown using circles that have a quarter-mile radius, which is about a 5-minute walk from the center to the edge, or 10 minutes across the whole circle. So these centers support complete communities by integrating housing, retail, public spaces, and mobility options. And the town center and perhaps other parts of Germantown would also be well served by an urban service district, which would serve most of this area to take care of things like public realm maintenance, safety enhancements, and help Germantown establish an identity to make it more of a unique place in the area. That urban service district is currently being studied by the Gaithersburg Germantown Chamber of Commerce. So we hope to work together with them on how best to situate that organization if it ever comes to pass. And so now I'm going to turn this over to, well, actually not, I'm going to turn it over. I'm still doing this part. Never mind. So the next few slides, I'm going through the town center activity centers just to kind of show what's in them. So first we have the Mid-Century Activity Center. This is along Century Boulevard, just south of Father Hurley Boulevard. And so currently it's home to a lot of office parks that do a mix of office, R&D, and other uses. But there are some unbuilt residential units and commercial developments that have been approved on the east side of Century Boulevard. But we have gotten recent interest to redevelop some of these sites. So just zooming in a little bit on the Century Technology Campus. This one, there's some townhouses and 2 over 2 units, as well as an apartment complex that have been built since the 2009 plan was approved. But you can see in this rendering what was most recently approved is additional multifamily units. There's a hotel, there's office buildings, there's ground floor retail, and some continued R&D office space and other commercial uses. So we've gotten part of this development built, but not all of it. So here is kind of a zoom into those suburban office parks I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to go to the next slide just to show one of these areas in particular you just saw last week as the first commercial to residential reconstruction project in the county. So that is in this mid-century district. Based on the office vacancy rate here, we wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing from more people that want to do this, especially now that this one has gone through the process and shown what's possible. So the next town activity center is the East Town Center Activity Center. So this is at Century Boulevard and Aircraft Drive intersection. It's the most transit-friendly area in Germantown because it does have the transit center. But there aren't a lot of places where you can live and actually walk to the transit center. Like most people are coming here on one bus and getting on another and going. So it is well served by transit, but there's not that many people that directly benefit as residents near the station. And so just looking at what's around this activity center, we have the police and fire station block. We have the former Regal Theater. So my mouse is doing funny things. So we have the Regal Cinemas here that closed last year and is currently vacant. But we think that this site might be good for future redevelopment. Topgolf is one of the regional draws in Germantown. You know, people come from all over the region to take part in the activities there. There's a few more restaurants in this parking lot, but we have the Fairchild Apartments, and we like to talk about the Fairchild because this is one of the best examples of a plan that was approved after the 2009 plan that really put together all of the things that plan was trying to do with, it's got a building that engages the street, it's got a parking structure instead of using surface parking lots. It integrates well with the urban fabric, and kind of interesting is the ground floor units are designed in such a way that they could be converted to a commercial use in the future if that ever makes sense from our market perspective. So they made these units extra high and in a form that could support conversion to shops. And then, of course, we have the transit center in this district. Moving to the Germantown Town Center, you know, this is what people mostly think of when they hear Germantown Town Center. We've got Century Boulevard running through here, which is lined with shops for at least a couple of blocks here. So this is the most active section of Century Boulevard right now. So you can see on this slide, we do have an apartment complex. We have the Town Center Urban Park. There's some townhouse development, Black Rock, Century Boulevard with its shops and the parade route and the Germantown Library. And then I'm showing the Safeway as an example of how there's a lot of places in Germantown that still have a lot of surface parking. And we think that in the future, some of this could be replaced with more structured parking, shared parking to really build more of a community in Germantown. So the West Town Center Activity Center is centered on two shopping centers for the most part, as well as the Up-County Regional Services Center. So you can see the service center here, one of the shopping centers, the other one, and then there's a recent development. The Goodwill store is actually almost complete. I think they have already put signage on it perhaps, and then there's going to be 3 more shops added, so that's going to be a part of this area as well as it continues to build out in the future.
Your presentation is very good. I love the way things come and you show. I couldn't wait until the end not to tell you that.
Thank you. It
Very
was,
well done.
It was a fun little trick I learned. And
yeah, you have to teach us.
The final activity center here is the MARC station. This is center of the MARC rail station. It was included in the 2019 MARC Rail Communities Plan, which wasn't that long ago, but we did include it in this plan so we would be able to address connectivity throughout the entire Germantown Town Center area. But you can see here, there are big parking lots that currently serve the MARC rail station, and people have been expressing interest for several years in redeveloping these. We've had conversations, and most recently, MDOT has released a study that shows Germantown as a potential spot to focus redevelopment efforts on the Brunswick line that runs through here. And so we're excited to be able to try to work with them to see what we can develop out of this parking lot and still support not only today's MARC service, but perhaps increase MARC service to run more frequently and at different hours. So there's the MARC station is, the train station itself is just outside the plan area, but most people park on our side of the plan area. And then Seneca Valley High School isn't quite in that activity center, but it's very close. And there's some housing options in here that we wanted to consider with this plan. And these two sketches are actually from the 2019 MARC Rail Plan to kind of show this. This is actually a historic resource in the plan. It's called the Pumphrey Mattini House. And so you can see in here, if you were at the MARC station and looking down Walter Johnson Drive, it would be like what's illustrated here as, an activated street. You may be having a farmer's market on a Saturday or something. And then the illustration up here from the MARC plan is kind of showing a potential redevelopment of the whole district. And there's a lot of good ideas in there, so we'll probably be maintaining a lot of that as we go through the plan. And Roberto worked on the MARC Rail Plan, so I'm going to defer any questions on that to him. And speaking of Roberto, I'm going to turn this over to him now.
Hello. For the record, Roberto Duke with the Design Policy and Placemaking Division. I want to build on the idea of the activity centers. So as you can see, there are 5 activity centers within the town center focus area. And as Jamie was saying, there are various places of interest within the 5 circles. And so they're interspersed. And one of the main ideas that we want to show here is that we want to establish a multimodal priority corridor. So basically where Century Boulevard is, except for the area adjacent to the MARC station, getting over from the MARC station to Century Boulevard and Century Boulevard Extended. This is seen as a link from the MARC station all the way up to Father Hurley. And we just want to link those places of interest. And we believe it will be a central spine that prioritizes walkability, bikeability, and transit. And those are the main things on this image. Next slide. And along with the idea of, specifically in the town center, there's a great synergy, as Jamie was saying, within the town center itself. You have the Black Rock Center for the Arts, the Germantown Library, the Germantown Town Center, all in close proximity to one another, along with the shops and some housing. And we believe that this stretch of Century Boulevard should have enhanced streetscape improvements, pedestrian safety improvements, and active ground floor uses, so that it creates a greater sense of place and providing more opportunities for people to use the facilities and enjoy the facilities within the area. And ultimately, we believe that this enhanced streetscape needs to stretch both north and south, so north on Crystal Rock Drive and up to Topgolf and the Fairchild apartments, and then down towards the MARC station. So a continuation of Century Boulevard, I guess, through where the 2 shopping centers are, creating more of a streetscape along those areas. So there's a greater connection up from the MARC station to Century Boulevard. Next slide, thanks. Along with this, on the northern portion of Century Boulevard, so north of Crystal Rock Drive, There is the former CCT right-of-way where it was to have been built in green, showing on there, that stretches all along Century Boulevard. So we want to find ways to reclaim that area so that it can be used, ultimately for maybe pocket parks. It could be used for community gardens, exercise facilities of some sort. As you're, running and exercising, you might have little stops where you can do different calisthenics and that sort of thing. And also use the existing tree canopy that's there, that's been established over the years and has grown to create a nice walking path and really integrate it into the future development that can happen potentially along this portion of Century Boulevard.
Can I jump in with a quick question on this? As I it's part of reclaiming a little bit based on the lack that we don't have the Quarter Cities Transit Way piece of it. Nothing about this would interfere with the establishment of the BRT line, right, on the transportation. We would still have enough right-of-way, we'd have enough space to include that with all the potential growth around here. I just want to make sure.
Eli Glacier, Transportation Planning Division, for the record. Yes, so the Corridor Cities Transit Way right-of-way, Century Boulevard in this area, we're sort of rethinking the entire right-of-way, using the travel model and other resources. And yeah, I think this plan fully intends to advance the corridor connector dedicated transit lanes that are already master planned for Century. So just we'll be thinking about it holistically and looking for opportunities to do what my colleague, Mr. Duke, is sort of articulating here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, given that we're, I'd imagine, somewhat constrained on our ability to spread anything with the right-of-way, that we have enough room, that we're considering that when we're doing it. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
And with the next slide, we've looked at, of course, as you've learned from our previous presentation, and as Jamie was saying, a number of stakeholders have said that it's difficult to really cross the roads. The roads are very good for providing throughput for traffic and that sort of thing. But if you want to walk and bike, it's a little bit difficult making some of these crossings. So we want to strategically enhance certain locations so that they're less ominous. And a number of the things that we're looking at are, potentially you could have raised crosswalks at certain areas, or special paving, or other design treatments to better promote both walking and bikeability, and to say that you're kind of you're coming to a place, to the town center area, so it visually helps to slow down the traffic and that sort of thing. Next slide. The next one is to encourage infill development. The 2009 plan was adopted right around the time of the Great Recession, and then a few years later, of course, as you know, we have had the pandemic. So, and many of the zoning recommendations that were crafted in that plan didn't anticipate these types of events, of course, but the plan did have certain percentages on the amount of residential or commercial on a given property. So it really affected the development potential for those properties. And so with this plan, we want to provide greater flexibility to support what future forms of development may take, and not put limits or caps on the development potential for any particular site. Next slide. Thank you. And within each activity center, we want to ensure that there are opportunities and places for gathering. And we also feel that in certain cases, with, like, say, the Germantown Town Center Urban Park or the area in front of the Black Rock Center, to try to look at ways of making that a vibrant area for greater gathering and that sort of thing. But we also want to ensure that within each of the activity centers that there are open spaces, and that ensures that future development has proximity to those open spaces. Next slide, thank you. And again, just going back to the idea, this particular diagram is showing again, again, how I talked about how the blocks themselves are fairly big, and in portions of Germantown, the roads are fairly large. We feel that there should be opportunities to try to break down the blocks to smaller blocks so that they gives more people opportunities to walk and bike, and that they have a greater ability to develop. And this is also showing the opportunity sites that are available in orange that we believe that's ripe for development in the future. And finally, one of the issues that I know a number of people have found that as soon as you get off, say, I-270 and are coming down Germantown Road, Middlebrook Road, many of the roads, you never exactly know that you're coming towards the town center area. And one of the main things is that the Gaithersburg Germantown Chamber of Commerce was looking at was potentially looking at providing some type of gateway elements that could say that you're coming to a place. And we looked at potentially, 3 locations where that may be possible or could be possible, or there are other locations, just trying to enhance the identity of the community and have a special way of announcing that you're coming to that place. And I'd like to point out that the Chamber of Commerce did a branding effort, I believe it was last year, and came up with an idea of, branding the Germantown Town Center area. And this is one of the designs that they came up with, talking about diversity and that sort of thing, and trying to show it visually, that idea. And this could be some of the elements that could be also introduced in any type of gateway element or branding of the town center area. And at this particular time, I'd like to pass it off to Eli to discuss transportation.
Thank you. I think as we heard in this presentation and then in the community feedback that we've received, and if you've ever been to the Germantown area, the roads in the plan area really act as barriers to travel here. The plan area that we're working with extends on both sides of 270. There are limited ways for people of all modes to cross 270. It's difficult, I think, for folks in this community to picture it really as a cohesive single place, because it can be so difficult to cross. So many of the roads in this area act as barriers across, but then also to travel along. It can be really uncomfortable, like my colleagues have said. When we think about safety here, we're obviously thinking about the county's commitment to Vision Zero. 2 of the top 10 county-maintained high-injury network roads are in the plan area. So these are Middlebrook Road and Crystal Rock Drive. So essentially this is saying 2 of the top 10 most dangerous roads for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists in Montgomery County are in Germantown. And then similarly, 2 of the top 10 state-maintained high-entry network roads in the county are in Germantown as well, which is Germantown Road immediately south of the town center that we've been talking so much about, and then Frederick Road just south of Middlebrook Road. And then there also are a number of other high injury network roads, like Ridge Road and Frederick Road around the Milestone area. And I think this really, if you go to the next slide, really speaks to, some of the challenges that exist in Germantown, just from a connectivity perspective. Like the same roads that people use every day to get to and from 270 to commute are the roads that you need to use if you're making local trips across 270 to get between different parts of Germantown. They're the same roads that if you want to run or bike or walk with your kids somewhere, you also have to travel on. So a significant portion of the travel in this community is channeled onto these main roads that are incredibly busy and there's a lot of conflicts that are created by all of that travel. So I think one of the emerging ideas we're thinking about is essentially building out a more robust street network here. So both in the town center area, but also across 270, the idea would be to provide more connections, more roadway connections, more multimodal connections. So you don't have to get on Germantown Road to cross 270 to get somewhere on the east side if you're on the west side of 270. You're not joining the same people trying to get on 270 to go into DC or north to Frederick County to just make a simple east-west trip. We're sort of on the margins trying to shift local traffic off of these more regional routes so you can make local trips on quieter roads that are more separated from regional traffic. The idea would be that we would be maintaining the total roadway capacity in the area, but allocating it more efficiently so that more modes can be served with redundant routes.
Is most of this would be a function of redevelopment of the parcels? Is that like less us building the roads?
Right, so it's sort of at two scales. Part of it would be through redevelopment, breaking up these super blocks like we discussed, providing more local routing options. But then there will likely be some like bigger swings in this plan, like master plan roads to connect across 270 and other things that we may not be in the fiscal position or the logistical position to implement now, but sort of for the future prosperity and connectivity of this area are things that a master plan, a long-range master plan would want to consider.
Okay, great.
So that's part of it. Thinking also and building on that about sort of pedestrians and bicyclists. The bicycle master plan of 2018 and the 2023 pedestrian master plan envisioned, I think, a really robust network of dedicated, separated bicycle and pedestrian facilities in Germantown. I think we anticipate this plan reinforcing the recommendations in those documents. I think I brought to this board a concept that MCDOT was working on 2 years ago about separated bike lanes on Wisteria and Middlebrook Road. And Mr. Ansbacher and I brought those comments to the T&E committee at the council, and the district council member for this area just thought it was a great project and just wanted to know like when more of that network would be built out. And I think this plan sort of affirms and reaffirms the connections that MCDOT has started to design and to build in the Germantown area. There is a robust network here. I think the community feedback that we've heard on walking and biking is really supportive of the desire to travel around Germantown by other modes other than driving. So in addition to the actual dedicated infrastructure, there's an interest in providing wayfinding and support for people to understand just how close some things may be once adequate, safe, connected infrastructure exists. We've talked about quarter-mile activity centers, walkable areas. There's a lot within these 5 areas that the residential part pieces of these communities can access. And then other things we've heard from a transportation perspective, that there are a lot of parks in this general area, but they can be difficult to access by walking and biking. So coordinating closely with our parks colleagues on establishing and strengthening trail connections to parks that are within the plan area and maybe immediately outside the plan area, connections using master planned roadways like the Dorsey Mill Bridge that's been master planned to connect from the town center area to the North Germantown Greenway and to places to the northeast, to connect to Black Hill Regional Park and to Lake Churchill as well. So these are all things that we're actively working on. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Jamie for the next one.
Yeah, so enhancing parking design, you'll see a lot of, I can't do a left-handed mouse. Okay, you'll see on the diagram the letter P in a circle. This is some places where we think, potentially a parking structure could be built so that we could implement some sort of shared parking strategy in Germantown, and that would help free up some of the parking lots for redevelopment once, there's some place for people to actually park outside of those parking lots. So we think it's important to, at least maybe on each end of these activity centers, to have some sort of parking structure included. And you'll see also the letter T is here. This is just an idea, early idea of potentially relocating the transit center just a little bit. Maybe here, maybe somewhere else would make more sense. But there's been, since the 2009 plan, this idea that the police and fire station block could be redeveloped, and that redevelopment could include some affordable housing element as well as a parking structure while they redevelop the police and fire station on that same block, and that this might be a good opportunity for the county to be able to get development going and free up the current park and ride on this transit center block. There's about a third of this parking lot is a park and ride facility. So we would need to be able to provide some parking opportunity for people. We can't just redevelop that block and tell people to park somewhere else, since we do have that facility there. And I'm going to turn it back to Eli for just a minute here.
Thank you, Jamie. So I guess zooming out from the town center, I think there's a lot of the same principles we're thinking about at the area-wide level. The need to link outlying districts with the town center itself, thinking about reimagining the way we're using the roadway space that we have, developing a robust transit system that gets people where they need to go, both locally and regionally, when they want to get there, addressing 270 as a barrier to east-west travel for all modes, and then Jamie will tackle the last one.
The last point says to reinforce the supply of land for the county's innovation and production ecosystem, which is a bit of a mouthful, but if you can see on the map, there's a few sites that are shaded pink, and these are currently medium industrial zoned land, and we don't actually have that much industrial zone land left in the county. So we think it's important to keep these zoned lands as, zoned as such. The innovation and production ecosystem is a reference to the satellite and communication technology industry that is actually, Germantown is kind of the central area for that industry in the county. And having more industrial land would also help expand perhaps the life sciences research and development and manufacturing, that there is some of that in Germantown now and around Germantown, but it's important to maintain this space to be able to create, this long-term benefit, to the county that we have in these industrial areas. And so that's good for long-term economic growth and providing good paying jobs. And then finally, we have a handful of additional strategies. These don't map that well, so they're all kind of lumped in together here, but they're still important things that we will recommend in our plan, such as encouraging public art like murals or sculptures. With new developments, with new public projects, we could have more public art. We want to provide a range of housing types in the area, as we mentioned before. Affordability is a concern, but also just being able to have units that work well for large extended families or for people who are downsizing. That's something that the plan will try to address. We want to expand the recreational opportunities, especially providing a way for people to be able to walk to more places to do, things like just play basketball or pickleball or whatever it is. There was just, if we can get more active uses near where people live, that would be a plus. Improving transportation access to parks, these bigger parks, because of the times that people want to go to them, the bus routes don't work that well. So if there's some way we can make that work better, that would be great. We want to continue managing the natural and cultural resources in the area for environmental protection, stormwater management, urban heat island. We want to protect the water quality. About half of this plan area drains into the Little Seneca Reservoir, which is the backup drinking water supply for the area. As we mentioned earlier, reducing the urban heat island effect, including by enhancing the streetscape greening. We want to support clean energy and protect and improve air quality where we can.
Can I just add one thing in your strategy? I don't know, maybe you have it there, but for the employment, I think that it's good that we want to have more housing, but we have to have a mix of offices and employment. I'm happy to see that you kept the industrial part, because if it's just housing, still we're going to be car dependent and transit dependent. So for one thing that we want to think about, that we have a mix of offices and businesses and commercial to create enough employment for people that they could live there, they could get those jobs, or that we have less commute than anything else. Thank you.
Yes, we are aware that it's been difficult in Germantown to try to get that balance right. So we do hope to provide flexibility to at least allow people to do more of what they would like to do to provide more of something in Germantown. And we do believe that when there's more housing an option, it will, housing in Germantown, that will also increase the desire for people to locate more jobs in Germantown, because there'll be more people there that will be ready to take up those jobs. And so finally, just to conclude our framework here, for land use and housing, we think that changes to zoning and master plan recommendations will allow more housing units to be built, and that'll help keep prices down, as well as address the housing shortage in the county. And a wide range of housing types, price points, and family size units will create greater housing choice across incomes and life stages. And more housing close to the town center will attract more businesses and jobs to the area. For mobility, we believe expanded transit, pedestrian, and bicycling options will provide safer and more affordable mobility for everyone, especially transit-dependent residents, seniors, youths, and people with disabilities. Parks and public spaces, additional facilities will provide fair access to recreation, health benefits, and community gathering spaces, And a greener Germantown will help mitigate urban heat island effects in a major growth corridor with a diverse population. So, this is the final slide, just showing you the two framework maps at the town center level and the full plan area. So we can open it up to any questions, comments, concerns, suggestions, et cetera.
Wow. Yeah, this is, I think you guys came up with a brilliant vision for reimagining the Germantown plan. I really, really love what you did, around, really focusing, naming and focusing the activity centers, connecting the activity centers, linking them with this multimodal priority corridor. I like the gateway elements that you have there. And I also talking, leveraging what Commissioner Pedowim said, what we heard about the Clarksburg plan is that we really need to make sure we have those areas where we can have businesses. Like I like whether we just continue to have those industrial areas and focus, but we really have to focus that those are where we want employment. And it's not just, we can't make it happen all on our own, but it's like partnering with the Montgomery County Department of Economic Development. And I know that we said before, someone was going to do a study where the businesses, the large parcels in the Clarksburg, Germantown area where businesses, small manufacturing, small, whatever types like that, or biosciences or other, just can go. So I think by clearly pointing those out, I think that's great, but we have to have some partnership with them so that they know what we have, so they can market it, and that would also help draws employers there. I like this urban service district, that helps to help market it and connect it, like we have those service centers all around other parts of the county. When we do this, I don't know if it's in the implementation section, we have long-term and short-term strategies. I don't know. We can't force things to happen. It costs money to happen, but it's always nice if the residents see things happen over time, the first 5 years, second. You can't be so prescriptive, and then one of the questions I ask, normally the board takes a tour of the area much later when we have when we're looking at, is it the board's draft or something like that. I was wondering, just asking the board and asking planning, is it also better if we have a board tour earlier in the process to see what are the existing conditions and stuff, and so that when you come to us with the planning boards, with the planning's draft, we I don't know, we see it earlier, so.
Are you talking about two of them? Because I like to see the zoning and change of the zoning. And when we go there, they tell us, okay, this is like this, but we are proposing to be like this, and for what? And
Well,
personally, that's good for me, unless we do two.
Yeah, maybe it's just, I'm just throwing out, maybe it is two, but I think it's to be able to see the current landscape, even at the merging idea stage, would be great for me. But those are my things. Great start. I'm interested in hearing other board members, but yep, I love that corridor connection, the activity connection. I love how you did on the east side too. I love how you wanted to connect the streets, street connection and stuff like this. Like last week when we were doing that one project, it would have been nice if, well, there'll be others, but maybe even that in the future, they may even have a walking connection, even though it may not be a car connection, but could be just a walking connection. So those are my thoughts, and I look forward. I think we need to take as I said, a 2-minute break for the interpreter to take a break, and then we will finish up. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you. I have to go pick up my
Okay, we're back now, so thank you for that short intermission. So I made some comments, and now it's my other board members. Would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation from Mr. Pratt. And and driving around this area many times and visiting Top Golf and Urban Barbecue and another restaurant there, I always wondered why it was so congested. It's a unique opportunity to improve what's already there. It's a high commerce area. And Mr. Duke pointed out, when you exit 270 onto the road and accessing, you know, the commerce in that location is really difficult. And then unique is Century Boulevard. There's part of Century Boulevard that I think is really curious. It has a combination of commercial space and residential space near the Black Rock Center. I think that's really unique. I don't know how far that extends west on Century Boulevard, but I think it's a perfect area to develop bike lanes and walking paths to make the communities more connected for the residents' workaday lives. But I'm really impressed with this presentation, and I would like to concur with Chairman Harris on doing a tour earlier on to the area rather than later, so that our input and insight is better shaped throughout the process.
So yeah, thanks to the whole team for presenting this. Yeah, I agree. This is a really compelling early vision in a lot of different ways. I really like the activity center, kind of the overlapping activity center approach to the main spine running through it. I think that's, it's like very well integrated. It makes a lot of sense from a kind of coherent, like corridor perspective, kind of moving through the area through the center and having them overlap. I think is good for just imagining how these different areas connect with each other. So yeah, there's a lot of pieces of this that are that I think speak to like a high potential what this plan can achieve. I just had a couple of questions early questions around different parcels of land and how we're designating them at this early stage. And one is just looking at the maps here, you've identified a series of opportunity sites, some of which you've talked about specifically. From what I can tell, other opportunity sites overlap a little bit with other developments that are either currently under consideration or kind of in the pipeline. But in general, can you just talk a little bit about how you've identified these opportunity sites? And if you've talked to property owners on some of them, the ones that are don't currently have applications with us, if you talk to property owners there to see if they are interested in redevelopment somewhat along the lines of what this plan will kind of envision?
Sure. So we have had conversations with several of the property owners along Century Boulevard and some of the shopping centers, and some of them are interested in redeveloping, or sometimes they are doing fine with their current operations, but then they're like, what opportunities do I have? They're looking for ideas of how they might be able to better develop their properties. So some of these, a lot of them were identified just simply by looking at a map and seeing large surface parking lots, and we think that a lot of that could be redone. And I should have mentioned earlier that the opportunity sites, this isn't like a definitive list, and we may have left out, there's one area that I'll show right here that's a suburban set of office buildings that there's no reason why that couldn't be an opportunity site as well. So I don't want this to look like we're done and this is the only places that be redeveloped. But like right next to there is the Century development. This one is half built from the current approvals. They'll probably want to come to us at some point with an amendment, so we want to be able to support that with whatever recommendations we end up with here. So going to the larger map, we've had conversations with this is the Milestone Innovation Center. They're interested in providing some residential development. We have, I guess we've even recently approved some applications here along Seneca Meadows Parkway. We've had conversations with the property owner for across the street where they'd like to do some additional development. You know, we have this long-term idea that eventually the Milestone and Neelsville Village shopping centers could be redeveloped into some mixed-use project. We've talked to Montgomery College. You know, they have what they call an innovation center that includes the Holy Cross Hospital, but it also includes a new Hughes network, you know, R&D structure, and there's some synergies with this innovation hub and Montgomery College, where they have, I think, up to 30 acres of their campus that can be used for this innovation hub. So they're interested in more opportunities to bring in more of those businesses. We've had a few conversations with people, and this is called the Fox Chapel area. So we have some people in this area reach out to us saying, you know, is our zone, can it be changed to be able to accommodate various other uses? Some people interested in a couple of sites in the area for additional self-storage facilities. But yeah, so we've had conversations with people, and as part of our preliminary recommendations, we intend to reach out to all the major property owners that we think have developable sites to make sure that we're not planning something that they would disagree with. So I'm not sure if I've completely answered your question, but we have had conversations. But a lot of this is just from looking at parking lots and thinking we could do better.
Yeah, and we're very encouraged so far with the outreach that we've done. Having two of the shopping centers on the left side of the screen here, more around the town center. Those property owners reaching out and having conversations, interested in potential redevelopment and zoning, et cetera. And then I'd say two of the, I think, larger opportunities for public-owned property would be, one, you heard we're exploring very early on exploring, continuing that recommendation. Oh, you were just there. The police station, I believe fire station, and that area there to how do we, you know, could that be redeveloped and re-envisioned with the transit center potentially being a part of that equation. And then you were moving, thank you, Jamie, over to the state-owned property at the MARC train station. They're exploring TOD development along the Brunswick line at the moment, and Germantown is very much in that conversation right now. So I'd say those are two significant public properties within the plan area that have significant development potential depending on how the plan goes.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and I think that addresses kind of what I was getting at. So thank you. Related to just real quick before others have questions, on the site where the transit center is currently, or the site around where the transit center is currently located, where on the map we're showing potentially a couple of structured parking opportunities to maybe consolidate some of the surface parking in those areas. Are we imagining that these, so in that case, I suppose that's kind of publicly owned land, and we could do interesting things with a combination of structured parking and potentially other things on top of it or as part of it. But for other areas that are not on publicly owned land right now, in the site where we're showing kind of potential structured parking opportunities, are we imagining that similarly those would be like mixed in with other uses, or they would be kind of standalone structured? Because, you know, it's obviously structured right now is better than kind of the sea of surface parking that exists. But it would be unfortunate if we were just kind of ended up with structured parking on a, you know, prime location along this corridor without much else to kind of activate that block as well. So I'm just kind of curious what the vision is associated with the structured recommendations.
Yeah, and I'd say we're very early on in the conversation. Right now, it is an emerging idea that we believe to get the form of development, walkability, bikeability, that we will need structured parking to do that. Ideally, a mix of uses, maybe not a mix of uses everywhere, but so right now it's pretty nebulous, and I hesitate giving any more vision and definition than identifying, we do believe that structured parking will need to be a part of that ultimate equation to achieve the goals and vision that is sort of, we think, being requested from the residents and where we're heading right now. But we're very early on in the conversations with MCDOT and other partners, other landowners, so stay tuned.
Okay, thanks.
This looks really good, and I don't have a whole lot of like comments at this point. No, I'm sort of mentioned a couple of things that I was interested in. But one of the big pieces, right up early in the staff memo, there's the discussion of what happened in 2009. And we really addressed like it sounds like we tried to be very prescriptive on the approach there. And I think that we've got an opportunity here to really, we need mixed use, and right now it's heavy residential. In 15 years, it may flip back or something like, I don't think so, but the possibility exists. So I think as we go further along with the process to really, emphasize the flexibility of our CRT zones widely around these areas within the activity centers and around the transit centers that we have there, is to make sure that we're focusing on having flexibility within the zones that we apply to it. And I think we've got an opportunity with Germantown, given the nature of it, and it's, Commissioner Linden mentioned, and you've shown here, there are a lot of opportunity zones available, and there are a lot of opportunities there. And I just think that, as we go along with the process, to emphasize the flexibility that we have with some zoning and policies that we didn't have at the time. So just as a thought there, I do, to echo Commissioner Pettawee too, I do like thinking about retaining some of the industrial as well in nearby, but, thinking about what other, is it industrial, do we need industrial plus flexibility, or do we want to try to keep it specifically zoned to that? And what are the opportunities that we have there, given that we've just gone through the, thinking through a lot of this with the life sciences piece, just not terribly far south. So just those are really just the only thoughts that sort of pop out right now.
Yeah, and we had conversations with a property owner on the east side here, where, this zoning flexibility, it's like they came to us with several ideas. Just for our initial meeting, they had like a 12-story apartment building, and it's currently maybe a 3-story R&D office space, but it's got a lot of vacancy. But they talked about maybe a pad site for a restaurant, so it's currently in an EOF zone. And that kind of limits the housing that they can put in there until they get to such a high vacancy rate that then they can take advantage of this new opportunity. But
and we hope they don't necessarily have to make it that far.
But basically, after a lot of conversation, just the maximum flexibility, because we didn't know in 2009 what was going to happen, and we don't know now what's going to happen. So they don't know in 3 years what the interest rate market's going to look like to make possible. So where zoning flexibility is key in this plan.
Great, thanks.
So, a couple of things, and then Commissioner Linden could end it up. So, Commissioner Vice Chair Linden talked about likelihood of opportunity sites. One of the things, when you come back, it'd be nice, you put the spine in. It'd be nice if you, on pieces of the spine there, you could, or any roadways, or you're putting, what's the likelihood those could happen? Like, is it, portions of it, maybe it could have, like, if you label like 1 to 5 means 5 is it's already a road, so it's a 5 because it's going to likely have. But if there are pieces of it that not a road but goes through someone's property or whatever, just kind of, what's the likelihood of, or what's, maybe it's easy, difficult in this, but it'd be nice to have a sense of which pieces of that link or which roadways or which whatever, so that it's people just have an ideas, because like sometimes if you just look at it on paper, you go, yep, that's great, let's do it tomorrow, and but it just gives a sense of maybe it may take this side we can maybe get done right away, and this this other side may take longer to get, whether it's connections or whatever, all these things, depending on what's there today.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's a really good point, and that's something that when we come back with the preliminary recommendations, we can talk about. On the transportation side, we have been drawing lines on the map, and a lot of those lines, I think fortunately in this area, has been discussed, there are a lot of surface parking lots. Those surface parking lots are bounded by access aisles and circulation paths that, if you squint your eyes a little bit, like they could be just roads in the future, and the parking lots could be the blocks that are in between them.
Right.
So to the extent possible, we've been trying to be as practical as possible in drawing these lines, in terms of the potential spacing that these new streets would have between existing streets. So that's all to say, I think there are a lot of opportunities for low-hanging fruit that we can take advantage of through redevelopment. And then, yeah, there are going to be some big swing, like not immediately feasible, but if there are opportunities that arise through state or federal funding or things like that, we want this plan to be in place to be in a great position to take advantage of that.
Yep, that's great. And on the industrial properties, when you come back, or whatever the large sites that could, if you can just have a list of, this is the property, this is the size, or something, so we can kind of sense of, that would be great. And I didn't realize that the property around the MARC station was a state-owned. I should have been logical, it was, but state-owned property. I know, weren't there some laws or some legislation or something that was out there about some, that the governor wanted to do something on around state-owned land, or, I don't know, was it?
There's legislation that was introduced in this session to provide more flexibility for state-owned land, particularly in transit-oriented areas. And then Mr. Butler also indicated, we've been having conversations with MDOT about their TOD study along the Brunswick line, which is specifically looking at stations with sort of state-owned land immediately adjacent, and we've been continuing those conversations. So yeah, I think there are some opportunities there, and that's one of the state's one of the partners that we're in communication with about the way our land use policies could potentially be beneficial from a TOD perspective.
Great. Well, this is all exciting. You could see how excited we are. Oh, what I said, you could end it all. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, since we're talking about transportation, I just had a couple of questions on that side. And so the lines for potential connections to break up these super blocks, kind of similar to, I think it was a different geographical team at the time, but when we were talking about the Great Seneca Plan a year or two ago, similarly, we were drawing lines on that map to break up super blocks, and most, if not all of those, I think were going to be done through redevelopment as opposed to like capital projects. That's mostly how we're imagining it here as well, to the extent that like these lines kind of formally get adopted in the plan in some form or fashion, they would serve as the basis for an application comes in, they know that this site has this recommendation, so therefore it's part of their development. Is that how it's going to go?
Yeah, so I'll just say that I don't know that any plan is one or the other. It's usually a combination of the two to bring that full vision to life. So there's, yes, absolutely, whenever there's the opportunity through a development application to implement any component of that master plan, we'll absolutely use that avenue. When that opportunity doesn't present itself and there's a piece of infrastructure that, we absolutely need, and you know how that CIP cycle goes, we'll bring those recommendations to you that, hey, it's time, we really need this piece, and we recommend that it be high on the list for priorities for funding and construction. So it'll be a combination of the two here.
Have we, we have implementation sections now for master plans where we provide mostly just, I guess, recommendations to council for things for them to consider in terms of including like prioritization and potential CIP projects. I'm wondering if for this area, given the existing land uses, which are, there's so much surface parking lot, which among other things, as we see here, there's so much redevelopment potential on opportunity sites kind of through this corridor, really across the whole plan area to the east of 272. But just focusing on kind of the west of 270 piece, have we talked about or explored kind of potential feasibility around like looking at implementing some sort of district, like a special use district that could And I know that's complicated for a lot of reasons, but where it could maybe generate some of the revenue that could support, because we're looking at, there's a huge amount of capital needs, at least when it comes to what we're potentially proposing. Those capital projects will be sort of part and parcel to kind of achieving the vision of the plan. The county's capital improvement budget is always constrained, increasingly so, year after year. State transportation dollars are limited, federal transportation dollars are pulling back. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, given the environment, is that something that could be talked about with partners, including local businesses, property owners, council, to explore whether a special district of some sort could be viable here to support, the rollout of this plan and the capital projects needed to support it?
Yeah, that has been a part of our conversations so far. We are exploring it. I'm not going to say we're going to deliver something for you, but we're definitely exploring that idea in a couple of different ways. So stay tuned again.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's not, that was actually more than I was expecting. So that sounds good.
Well, what would, just out of curiosity, what would have to happen what would a study that look like? Would it be, and for someone to say there's enough there to be a business improvement district that could really support the cost of infrastructure? Is there is there a model? Is there, like, it has to be X to potentially, be worth it? I don't know. This is one where we would have had to have maybe a consultant look. And
well, we have a few.
I don't fully know what I'm trying to say. What?
Yeah.
How do you determine if it's worth it? Or.
Right. We've done this, I'll say several different ways. I'd say at least a few different ways in different plan areas, depending on what the need of that particular sector or master plan is. And so I think there are multiple tools, and it just, to answer the question, it could go a few different ways. I'll say, no secret here. One of the things that we're exploring is a potential for a parking lot district. I'm not sure if that will get off the ground or make it into recommendations, but given the need that was described earlier for some type of structured parking, recognizing historically it's been a little bit tougher of a market to have a conversation just through private development alone for structured parking, that they may need some help, and not just straight out of a CIP. We're exploring that as a potential option. Again, I don't want to say that it'll come as an ultimate recommendation, but that's one of the many things that we're exploring right now.
I would add to that, Robert Cronenberg for the record. I think, if you look at most recently, Silver Spring went through an exercise to try and get a bid for the downtown area, as did Friendship Heights. And Friendship Heights did something that was more cross-jurisdictional because it's right on the boundary, and that was successful, I think, in terms of getting something similar to a bid in the county. There's other tools that I think that have been more probably pertinent to central business districts, like enterprise zones, that I think provide different incentives over a certain time period. So I think there's a lot of tools that the county has in the toolbox, so to speak, that could be explored in terms of different options. But I think those are good comments to consider.
Actually, just along those lines, you mentioned the enterprise zones. The research on them is iffy, and I spent a lot of my early career working with enterprise zones. But in this case, particularly to spur some development that might not otherwise happen, this might actually be an area in which it might be a useful tool. Is there a process by which we can help with that, or is there
I think it's something we can look into. I know Silver Spring was one of the major enterprise zones that we had that facilitated the downtown redevelopment. I think the tools that the teams use a lot are overlay zones to provide incentives that we have. Those are zoning tools. I think some of the other ones like the enterprise zones or an arts and entertainment district provide other resources, I think, not only to promote the area, but also to look at different types of incentives.
Yeah, because I think with just hearing a little bit, I don't know if, we haven't gone in depth with it yet, but something to maybe make that switch in a decision, right? We're trying to strategically change someone's decision-making process. And, there are times when the enterprise zones are just put in places where they would have happened anyway, but I think this might, with something like that and those level of incentives, this might be a place where you might actually be able to trigger someone's decision to do it here instead of there, somewhere else. And I think that might be useful to check into.
Right, and I think one of the things that we've been exploring recently, which will definitely come into play for Germantown and for consideration, is MDOT is looking at TOD designations for different counties and jurisdictions. And right now, North Bethesda is the only one designated in this county. None of the CBDs or the formal CBDs. So I've been in conversations with MDOT, and it's something that has come up a number of times, I think, in terms of how do we promote that. And a number of the other agencies have definitely kind of latched onto that. Gaithersburg is, I think, going to be submitting for a TOD designation for Gaithersburg, or at least for a variety of some of the areas that would probably be redeveloped more in the more recent future, in the future. So those are a number of different ideas, I think, that can be considered.
All right, great, thank you.
So, Mr. Cronenberg, what do you get when you're designated MDOT and MDOT TOD?
I don't have the full detail of that, but because we started looking at this when it just got flagged that we only had one designation in the site. There are different incentives, but I don't know those in full detail. I can come back to you with that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just real quick. So looking at the current MARC station, kind of on the very southern edge of the plan area, I know it's outside the plan area, but have we also thought about recommendations for connections south into, like better connections south into the residential neighborhoods? I can't remember exactly what all the land uses are around it. I think some of it's just single-family homes, but there might be others, maybe townhomes kind of further to the southwest. But has that come up at all, like enhancing connectivity to the station from just outside the plan area?
Right. It came up in the 2019 plan for the MARC station, and I guess the residents there were adamant. Right now they have a pedestrian connection, a pedestrian bridge over the CSX tracks. Yeah, and there's a historic district just right by the right at the MARC station area. So they wanted to try to maintain, the quaint quality of that, and they were adamant not to have any other types of connections through except for the pedestrian connection at that time.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful context there. Just the last thing for me, we've presented here like future transit connections. I think some of these probably parallel existing ride-on routes. I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head exactly where all the current ride-on routes go. But in terms of ride-ons like longer-term vision, I know that they recently went through the Ride-On Reimagined program, thinking about 1 5-year and then kind of a longer-term vision for the network. Have we plugged in, like, does this sort of incorporate that, or are we also proposing things that are maybe outside of what Ride-On is currently, or MCDOT is currently planning?
I think the transit recommendations in this plan that would differ from Ride-On Reimagined, like we haven't necessarily gotten there yet. But in general, what Ride-On Reimagined envisions sort of in the full future vision is a consolidation of the bus service in this area into a more frequent network. So sort of in deciding between access and sort of frequency and limit reduced headways, just making buses run more often. I think this area also historically has seen a lot of like longer distance regional and commuter bus service, especially from the Germantown Transit Center. Ridership on that service has gone down over the years. I think especially after COVID, the rise of remote work and things like that have affected that. But yeah, I think what we've heard from folks is the need to have better east-west connections, and I think the plan will likely make recommendations, maybe not at the operational level of specific routes, but sort of what the performance measures should be for this area, or what we would want Ride-On's future operations to achieve in the area, both in terms of connectivity to destinations and then also the frequency of service.
Just as a, sorry, jump on one little quick question on there. Is it with the transit center, I know they've got large-scale bus routes and long ones and things. Is it more like a park and ride situation that's gone down with the long-term commuter rail, or what's the sort of mix at the transit center?
Yeah, so it's a great question. The conversation that we've had about moving the transit center actually started before 2015, like over 10 years ago, with a conversation that MCDOT led for the need to provide more parking at the transit center, to find a place where more commuters could park, because the existing parking that was there would get filled up by like 6:30 in the morning, and then people would get their cars towed because they had parked places they weren't supposed to be, and then they would come home and they didn't have a car. So they did a facilities management study to try and find a location that would have additional parking. Long story short, that didn't really go anywhere back then. But the transit center serves local trips, but the majority of the demand had been these regional trips down to Shady Grove or Point South. And I think one of the things we'll need to figure out in this plan is essentially, is this a transit center for local trips? Like, is this something that we expect people to walk to bike to take transit to and from? Or is it something that we expect people to drive to? And if it's those two have different, you would have a different land use context around those, or a different potential location, because the transit center that you drive to maybe shouldn't be in the middle of like your walkable
Smack in the middle of.
Yeah, I'd say echoing, piggybacking on everything that Eli just said. I'll also note that where the transit center is currently located is largely on a block that is a surface parking lot with some ancillary retail uses around the edges. But otherwise, that whole entire block is primarily for cars. And then the block to the north of that, again, if you've been to that police station across from the movie theater and that property, it's a little bit sunken into and kind of hidden. And these are like, that's the block that in theory, you arrive in the Germantown Town Center at that location right there between those two blocks. And then you actually have to walk either to the west or to the east to get to some of the areas that are more town center-like than those two blocks. So I think there's just a lot of development potential in all of those ideas together. How do we best utilize these two sites so that when you arrive in this place, that's very important. It feels much more important than it does and looks and feels today.
And sorry, just one more piggy. And just to ask this is probably way cart before the horse, but have we seen similar reductions in sort of these kind of like driving in commuter non-rail systems or commuter park and ride type things? Because I know there's several along, I'm familiar with over by Georgia and stuff. Is that a consistent trend that's come about since COVID, or is that an issue that is more or less Germantown specific? And you may or may not have the answer to that question right now, but have we seen similar trends across the commuter, like park and ride type stuff?
We have some existing data requests out to CDOT Ride-On, and we can follow up with those, sort of comparing the Germantown Transit Center to like the Montgomery Mall Transit Center, Lake Forest, and others to track that over time.
That may be better related to the type that's there. Yeah, I was just curious. Thanks.
Just to piggyback off something that Chair Harris mentioned, it feels like maybe this is one of those opportunities to explore kind of incremental recommendations related to to transit or maybe even the transit center location kind of over time. Like, Eli mentioned kind of the long-term vision of consolidation of transit routes in this area, moving toward more frequency. I wonder if there's sort of recommendations we can put to MCDOT, to the county, around something to do with that and having kind of that consolidation kind of sequencing with our kind of hopeful redevelopment schedule to provide more supportive transit in this area as redevelopment comes online. Same with, the transit center location. Maybe that's kind of a phased implementation over time or something that can come about with redevelopment in this area or something. But there's probably a lot of different ways to think about it. But to the chair's point about like 5-year, 10-year kind of vision and trying to guide a little bit of that direction from our end, maybe from a transportation standpoint, maybe there's a little bit we can kind of thread together through this recommendation process with that.
So all great ideas, and let me end because we'll have your list will be so long here. but I want to put in a plug discussion around parks. So one of the feedback I understand, there are lots of great parks around, but it's hard to get to them. It's without a car. And so I like how you proposing these connections, like either walking or biking connections to the Black Hills or some of the other places. I see a connection. I don't know, like across the I-270. Is that would be a sort of on the right-hand side? That would be a new. I guess that would be a pedestrian bridge or something to.
Yeah, that connection is, the Germantown bog is just to the east of this, and it actually, part of it has a trail in it already. But we thought if people could get from the town center more easily to that area and then even up to the Milestone area, that would benefit things. But right now there is no connection. And then after looking at the topography there, there's a stream that crosses here or a stream channel of some sort. So it actually, I think if we did something here, it would have to be under 270 and not over it, because it's already about 20 feet below, the ground is, I-270 is elevated at this point.
Right,
So going
right.
over it would just be maybe crazy.
Yep.
But, we do want to explore, if we can't build more car bridges, maybe there's some way to get more pedestrians and bicyclists across.
I mean, it was nice, but it's great that you put out there, we want them, and maybe when you come back, what's the likelihood of, is it very hard to make all of these connections, or is it can happen,
Yeah,
at a reasonable,
There's, now that we're talking about this, we do have another kind of bike pedestrian connection shown right here that we think could be possible. And so once Observation Drive is completed through here and providing a bicycle breezeway network for like commuters, that could continue across a new bridge here at Dorsey Mill Road, but also it could continue down. There's already existing right-of-way through this area. If we could get it across Ridge Road without people having to stop, we think that would be a great win.
Okay, great, thank you. So amazing work. Thank you very much. You could see the enthusiasm of the board over this plan. So we appreciate all your hard work, and we look forward to the next steps. So thank you. So this will end our the board meeting for today, but we do have a joint session with the Historic Preservation Commission. It's starting at 6:30 today. So thank you. We appreciate you tuning in, and we appreciate it. Enjoyed being here. Thank you.